Ah, there we go, promised land, promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it?
What a day.
we go. There we go. Promised land. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it?
What a day.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Promised land. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it? Ah, there we go. There we go. Promised land. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it?
What a day.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Promised land. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it?
What a day.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Promised land. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it? Hello.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the first tournament of BNSPvP, the alpha server. Join with me today is the server host Il. How are you,
Hello,
man?
hello.
We're looking forward to this tournament for a while. It's been up and coming. We had some issues we had to go through, and I'm actually feeling that this patch is, but let's just call it this way. It's nearly ideal, you could say, for PvP, kind
The
of
golden
even
age of
ground.
PvP. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely better than times where you had to get air comboed before your game even starts, which is
True.
which is
It's a lot
pretty
better than
discouraging.
retail, a lot healthier.
Retail PvP, what is that? um, uh, it's we shouldn't undermine the fact that PvE is also available in this server,
Well,
and there is
will
a lot.
be available. Not
Oh
yet,
yeah.
but
Well,
soon. Soon
there
to
are
yet.
contents. There are contents. You can still
There are
do
contents
stuff
if you
like
want to do it.
yeah. There's still Tower of Infinity, which is a great place to actually practice your tech chases and
Trial
your
Arena,
overall. Yeah, exactly. Those
all this kind
things
of stuff.
are like they're, let's say in the absence of people who you can skirmish against, that's probably one of the best things you could actually hope to practice your mechanics on. Definitely a good way to learn the combos and the overall, let's say, at ranges of certain skills. The bots are okay. They're not
Just
exactly
eases
the
you into it
ideal.
a bit.
Yeah. For our first match, we're gonna be having Power Turbo versus Idan Yashinianya. I mean, I'll just tell you this: it is a nightmare sometimes
Ida?
to have to pronounce his name.
How do we say this guy's name, Russian
So
folks in the
so
chat?
yeah. Well, if he's gonna just lie to us, that would be
If there's an
decent.
easier way to say the name, please let us
Yeah,
know.
I'm just gonna call him Idan, Idani or Idan. Like
I think
that's
his
literally. Huh?
I think this guy's name is Danya.
Danya. Okay,
Danya, I
Danya,
guess.
acceptable.
Okay. Um,
Danny and Powell. Well, if I'm seeing names that are just gonna be like spamming, it's like a cat walked on your keyboard, then I'm just gonna pronounce, a variation of that, a shorter version, because, um,
just say toxic.
exactly.
Okay. Right.
Can you tell me these classes? Because I'm still,
Ah,
it's
yeah,
hard
yeah,
to.
yeah. So, Powers Turbo is, from my understanding, Russia's rank 1 KFM,
Mhm. Whoa.
and Danya is an SF player. This sounds bad, but I've never really seen him before this private server. But from what I've played against him, he's a lot better than me. So, uh,
Hmm.
you know,
There is.
I go ahead.
It is his spotlight right now. Pretty much making his preview against someone who's already have a clear name to himself and like is it's gonna be it could still be his chance to actually prove that even though he is not well known right now, he could after this match make a name for himself.
Yeah.
Uh, and right now we're looking at a matchup of a KFM versus Soul Fighter, which is if you would ask someone who's been around Arena, it would tell you this matchup usually is
Oh,
it could go in favor of the SF in most cases. They have
yeah. So
tools
I
to make
reckon
it.
we'll have a very interesting match. They've actually started sparring now, or are about to.
All right, well,
Which,
just try to go in on that. So,
yeah. So I will switch to games and scores, which
well, it's telling me I cannot spectate
Yeah,
this
yeah, they've not
match.
started yet, I don't think.
Oh, all right. Well, the moment they will actually start, we'll go in and we'll you'll get your chance to actually see how this matchup unfolds. But I reckon it's mostly, I would say, it's not entirely a counter matchup. Soul Fighters do have tools to actually make the KFM combos a little bit, say it, a little bit less accurate. You might be facing times where being able to pull off a combo might be a little bit harder. They do have the heals, and they could go up for going for something like
Okay, they've started.
the self-defense chi without being able to target, which just completely removes the quick footworks and the QE. So you would be in somewhat of a disadvantaged position in this case. So this matchup is gonna be starting here. I hope you guys could see it there. I'm gonna be casting it uh, as it would be a radio soccer match. Both players are basically waiting 5 seconds before they engage in each other. It's gonna be Idani versus Power Turbo, Soul Fighter versus KFM matchup. The first stun is coming through, and the air combo is good. That's gonna be a little bit of damage, dropping Power Turbo to 70% HP. He's trying to get a get up animation, still holding on to that second win. Wants to preserve it. Ground Ripple not quite landing. Not exactly what he then wanted here. Self-defense, she will keep him safe, and that's going to be the elbow smash iframe. Is that heal right now? It's probably the max health, you could probably assume. Good knockup by Power Snowball. Does manage to get the stun off of that Syrian Palm. Big damage, 50% HP on Eden here. Still holds on to that second win. Not quite using it. That's going to be a good leg sweep here with the comment. He is going to be forced eventually to use his second win, and he has no second win available for him. Does manage to find a good air combo. He then finally forces the second win from Power Turbo. Both players here are now pretty vulnerable, as neither of them have their escape available. It's going to be the Guiding Fist just to gap close. Power Turbo looking for that opening. A mid-force being used here. He does hit into the counter. He then finally gets hit by that Iron Shovel. Should have his second win up here by now. Power Turbo does manage to find a cheeky triple kick with the air combo, dropping him to 25% HP. He then finally forced to use his second win. He won't have that available. Power Turbo should have his second win available. Does manage to find the Comet Slide. That's going to be the Tremor. Lots of damage coming through. 9% HP. Does still have his Flying Slime, and he's going to use it to finishing him off, and it's going to be Power Turbo securing himself the first round in this matchup. Wow. It actually was a lot more exciting than I actually anticipated. You know, this matchup could sometimes go really one way when you think about it. So we're gonna have the second match here. Power Turbo will only need to win one more. Both players are waiting the scheduled 5 seconds delay, so there's no cheeky black skin abusing. That's gonna be the stun connecting here with the Force Storm, dealing pretty decent damage. Power Turbo does have his counter poked, and that's going to be the defense sheet used by Eden over here. He won't have that for quite a while. It is, after all, 45 seconds cooldown. The triple kick coming for Power Turbo, lots of damage. Does manage to fight the triple kick, and eventually the flying slam not exactly connected. Unfortunately for him, he would have a pretty good follow up to that if it would have connected the ground ripple into the wall bang over here. Lots of damage coming from that from these 4 stones, and a relaunch by Ida over here, dropping Power Turbo to 45% HP. The heal, as you can see, is doing marvelous work on Eden's health here, and he's already 100%. The difference in health could be a bit problematic for Power Turbo here. He's probably looking to wait for his cooldown just a little bit longer. Does manage to find the flurry and the triple kick. He's gonna be able to relaunch to launch Eden to the air, dropping into 69% health. The combo is good, lots of damage, dropping Eden under 50% health, and finally forced to use his tab escape. Does have his heal available, so power to him. Eventually, you might be able to heal just a little bit, but of course, the Steering Palm reduces healing just by what you would say about 50% health. Eden here is in a pretty bad position. He might just be losing here. Will the Falling Star be enough to actually kill him? Yes, it will, and it's going to be Power Turbo taking the first win in this private server. That was, I can tell you guys, I wasn't expecting the match to be this close. It seemed like both players were really eager. It seems we might have a chance to actually properly review this. 1 second. So, like I said, usually this matchup goes both ways. It's a little bit more in favor of the Soul Fighter, but as you can see, the KFM was playing. Oh yeah, okay. We are gonna respectate this game. Apparently, there's another match. So in a moment, we're just gonna be. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what is the conditions here for this rematch, but we're just gonna have to bear with it. It's gonna be heal and self-defense. She already blown by Idani here. He won't have his second win available. He's looking to do some damage on Power's Turbo here. Both players are even around their health. However, Idan is probably looking to try to make this fight a little bit longer, as he does not have his second win available, which could put him in a pretty vulnerable position. The Iron Shoulder is good, and that's the follow-up. Comet Strike, Idan could be in trouble here. He might actually just die. Flying Sam should be available, but opt to use the Pouncing Tiger instead. Power Turbo does get stunned by Idan over here, and damage is good. Forced to use your second win eventually. That's gonna be the self-defense. She just gonna expire now, and Power Turbo probably looking to find an opening. Ground Leap or force Power Turbo away, and he's gonna get there comboed once again and dropped. That's actually gonna be done. Finally, if finding a chance to actually redeem himself in this matchup. Okay, I just gonna be seeing the match from your perspective. It does seem like it's still going. So yeah, I'm sorry for any technical difficulties, as it seems like I might be watching a game that might be ahead of its time. The slight delay from Twitch could make it seem like we're a bit out of sync. The first match is already in live was concluded already, so there's I'm pretty much watching the live of the second round. Whether or not I should be casting this, we'll find out after this. However, let's get back into the action. Lots of damage onto Ida over here, which is heal just expired. It's gonna seem like he healed a lot more HP than he probably should. The Force Storm coming full, deal lots of damage to Power Turbo. He could already be in trouble. Drop to 30% HP. If the relaunch is gonna come through, it might spell disaster for Power Turbo over here, as he has 40% HP compared to the Soul Fighters. Very, very respectable 75 health, quite healthy compared to Power Turbo. Power Turbo does manage to find the air combo, dropping Eden to 40% health. Siren Palm was poked and forcing second win from Eden. Both players have no second win here. Just an opening might be enough to actually end this. That's going to be the Tremor with a lot of damage from those two RFs. However, Power Turbo does not have the cooldowns available to actually finishing Eden off. It seems like the triple kick is gonna finally land. It might be enough to finish him off, and they're gonna be tied here, 1-1. It felt like Eden does find his respectable adaptivity to this matchup. He understood how to play around Power Turbo's iframe probably a little bit better. Ground Ripple knockback is an incredible tool for them. That's going to be the Frost Storm used on Power Turbo, forcing his mid-frost, and Eden's going to be using his self-defense shield. Finds the Ground Ripple over here. He's probably going to look for a cheeky stun if he gets a chance. He just needs to press 2 the moment Power Turbo is in his range. Power Turbo just walk into Eden over here, probably taking his time, trying to be careful about how he gap closes. Uses the Vengeance Feast, finally gets a chance to get close to Power Turbo, which doesn't quite find his tech chase that he would probably ideally want. That's gonna be the Iron Shoulder, eventually forcing Eden here to use his second win. The triple kick with the air combo Tremor is available for him, up to use the Flying Slam to extend the CC just a little bit with the Tremor. 2 RFs are good, does not want to hit into the ground counter, prepares himself for that. And with the Dragon Rage, it's gonna be enough to actually finishing him off. Well, if if I'm correct, that should be a game for Power Stube over here. It's okay, guys. I'm sorry. I thought this was supposed to be a best of one, but apparently it's a best of three. So Power Stube will be the one actually securing the first match in this tournament. If I accidentally told anyone that this is supposed to be a best of one, then my apologies. We're still this is still our first tournament in this private server, and I really hope this actually will have all the rules clarified during the cast. If I'm making mistakes in terms of the rules, then I will update you doing this. But for now, we can clearly we can tell you for sure Paolo Sturbo did win versus Idani in the first match here. Like I said, it was a pretty good attempt by Idani. Still playing Soul Fighter versus who I would assume from rumors is the best KFM in Russia. It is challenging. There's no easy way to put it. Even though the class matchup could be slightly in favor of Eden, it doesn't really guarantee a win. You need to work very hard versus a good KFM, no matter which class you're playing. Both players put up a valiant fight, but it eventually go into Power Turbo's pocket. This will be the first official victory in this community tournament, which is pretty significant milestone, I would say, for this tournament. And now you guys can see Il type in manually the names. So we're gonna have Hosun Kau versus Dalken. Wow, a name that is actually easy to pronounce. I'm so glad. Those things are not so trivial to find these days. So Il, could you perhaps tell me the classes here?
So, sorry about the technical difficulties for the last match. I quite quickly realised that Streamlabs is not my friend, and all the text boxes that I made duplicate each other.
Oh,
So when
Yeah.
I entered Danya's name, it entered them on both scores. And when I
Wow.
entered the scores, it entered the score on the set both.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying. So
I think we have about 60 people who could tell you who was the one who actually won against that matchup. So, what can you tell me about the classes we're looking at here?
well, I could tell you. Herzanko, however you say his name, is BM. He's very good from what I played against, and Darken is a warlock from NA, a very good
Wow.
warlock.
Well,
However, Darken has just said that he's not playing and he's going to go to sleep. So,
that
so
okay. Does he mean that in real life, or does that imply that he thinks the BM is gonna put him to sleep?
no, he said that he's not going to play and that he's going to go to sleep instead.
That's a shame. I
So
guess maybe he's not feeling too confident
we're
against.
just moving Herzanko up.
Well, then in that case, Harsenko is going to be taking a victory as early retirement by Dalkin. Decides to not opt to fight this
It
match.
happens. It happens. But
Yeah.
so
Whether or
we'll.
not this would go, how would you say this would be happening in an official match? Being able
So
to
had
just
this
pause
actually
it.
happened,
Mm-hmm.
I think Warlock after the nerfs, it's not as broken as it used to be. But I still feel like it's got a edge over a BM.
Do you think that that was one of the reasons that he felt he didn't want to participate, or maybe he feels less comfortable playing against a BM after the
Actually,
nerfs?
I'm fairly sure I know the reason. Unfortunately, due to the way the bracket was generated, Both NA players in this tournament would have been against each other in the second match.
Mm.
So I
All right.
think, and as they're very good friends,
Oh my God.
I think out
I
of out of respect, he might have just decided not to play.
that is that is something that we should probably look into since that could be I really hope this doesn't count as a win trade because practically giving someone a win without actually putting up a fight at all that is maybe in a little bit bad spirits. I feel
Yeah,
at least.
I think the main problem was the fact that he just didn't want to play against his friend until maybe
Okay.
the later rounds.
Understandable. He probably, well, I can understand that. Always, it's always better to have a rivalry where you're actually facing your best friend or a friend in the finals. That's legit.
Oh, he didn't want to fight Nisam.
That's an ideal anime arc, isn't it? Just rivalry between friends that eventually blooms into the finals of a tournament, and you know, it's all this. I can like honestly, it's all this is like Naruto or something like that. These things happen. So what we're looking at Nissan, who's going to
Yep.
be the in the third matchup here, even though
I'll
we
actually
didn't get
put
to
these in
actually see.
brackets. Deathstroke
Hmm.
versus BM. Um,
Okay.
so a little rundown on these two players. Nisam is from Canada.
Hmm.
Well,
Wow.
therefore NA. He's, from my understanding, he's the best destroyer in America, but
Impressive.
he's playing with about 130 ms, which isn't too bad for just
That is still very decent. I think
yeah,
out of the
for
classes that
America.
you would have to be playing versus with playing on with high MS, Destroyer is probably one of the ones that are a little bit less punishing.
Yeah,
Spin classes in general, I think they're like more ping friendly than other ones. Obviously, if you would be playing KFMs and you a KFM and you would be trying to do 12Fs with 140 ping, it would be a lot harder than just trying to do it with anything below 100. Inconsistencies as well seem to really hurt KFM's combos in general. A lot of classes, but spin classes, destroyer, and sometimes other classes that actually don't require you to do a very consistent button mashing, right? Are a little bit easier when it comes to IMS. So you were saying Nissan is from Canada and
yeah.
Tadashi.
Tarase
Uh,
is a BM I've seen quite a lot in retail. So
mhm.
uh, from what I've heard him saying, he only actually managed to download the client yesterday. And
Impressive.
from my own experience, playing retail BM and then coming to this patch and playing BM takes a lot to get used to.
I can understand. It is a
Retail,
world of difference.
yeah, to put it into perspective, retail BM is like, you know, those kids games where you get those like shaped blocks and you've got to put
Hmm.
them through the correctly shaped holes.
Yeah.
That's retail BM, whereas I'd say this patch BM is like playing chess, maybe.
Hmm.
45
Well,
patch BM would be 4D chess.
if you look at the history of patches around BM when it comes to PvP, I can tell you from my experience and from friends and people who have been I've been around with around this history, BMs had a really bad patch at level 45. They didn't have any tools to deal with some of the
Yeah,
classes. It did not feel like they were the class to actually play in arena in general. And level 50 patch, when Silver Mountain was finally introduced, they gave them Dragon Tongue, was it the Fire Spin basically, and it was an incredible tools for BM. Suddenly, they have so many more tools to actually deal damage, expand their CCs, including HMZ,
yeah,
Soin Falcon, which was uh, you could argue one of the strongest skills in the game with a 1 minute cooldown. However, it is not the hardest projectile to iframe, and you know
Once
it
you
has
iframe it, you're in a very good position.
exactly. So right now, I would have to say in this specific patch, destroyers do have I wouldn't say a major advantage, but at least a slight advantage. Having to escape, having their deflect, is an incredible tool against BM, and you can't ignore the fact that they have one of my favorite tools. People would say that I'm basically a scam abusing it in retail, back in the
The
days, yeah.
guard break.
The guard break knee. If you would ask my friend Nick, he would tell you that he's traumatized by it. He just opted to go for elbow smash when we do Kevin versus Destroyer. It's just like he doesn't want anything to do with
Yeah.
that skill. It's a 16-meter gap closing, guard breaking skill that forces a daze on someone.
Yeah, like Destroyer is not a class that you think should be able to fly, but when that ability gets used, he just fucking teleports across the map. It's a
Yeah,
really scary experience to be against guard break knee.
from some of the approaching skills that the destroyers have, knee is the ones that seem the most unlikely, since you're just basically lifting a leg, right, a little bit, and you're just like flying to the enemy.
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't
like
seem very realistic, or at least
just a massive muscular man teleporting across the map to fucking crush your skull with his knee.
Yeah,
Terrible
and
stuff.
um, what Tadasi might probably be looking to do in this matchup is find opportunities where he can abuse knockdown.
Yeah.
Anything like forcing the BM to a position where he can't actually get up. It's something that not a lot of people actually know, but the Stoyle's persistence cannot be used from knockdown positions.
hmm
And if used appropriately, you can pretty much force you can force a lot of damage onto the to the destroyer before he even gets to use his persistence. Obviously, he needs to be careful. And of course, one of the other very important tools in BM's arsenal, the HMC forces the destroyer not to be able to spin for about 4 seconds or something like that. I don't exactly remember the name of the debuff, but it's incredibly helpful for them. Since if the destroyer decides to actually use his gust, which is pretty much his tab escape, during the early moments of the Soaring Falcon, he might find himself unable to spin, which is in destroyers, I will say lingo, it puts them in a very vulnerable position.
Right. I think we'll start getting into the match now. So I'm going to ping them, and then I will switch over to our screen, and we'll start trying to spectate. Okay?
Alright.
Cool.
To anyone that is viewing right now, you're joining us. To anyone who's joining right now, you're joining us on the first BNSPvP private server alpha tournament hosted by Il himself.
Hello.
I am your caster for today, Hangetsu. I've been around BNS retail back in its golden ages. Well, 1v1s were not just a PvE fest, and you didn't have skills that would one-shot out of, say, a couple very specific skills that would still require a certain amount of skill ceiling to use.
Yeah, skillish.
Exactly. Some of the names that you might actually remember from those golden times include Mr. B, Mr. Dutis, he went by sometimes, Ryuki, Tenna, my personal friend Brother Bill, and of course Anthrax, which I've been in contact with for even after Retail had its abrupt ending.
They got into game now, so I'm gonna mute.
It seems they should be in game right now, so we're gonna just look to try to spectate this. So a moment, if you will. For now, it's still telling me that I cannot spectate. I'll try to do it from Tadasi's side and see if it's possible. So we're going into the third official match of today. It's gonna be Nisam, the Destroyer, versus Tadasi, the Blade Master, in best of 3 game. And the Blitz already not connecting from Nissan, probably not the ideal position. Flock of Blades coming through, forcing the knockback onto Nissan, who is forced to use his gas, has his persistence still available, does manage to find the ram and the grab. Of course, Nissan, Tadasi not having his Flock of Blades mean he cannot escape from this with his Flock of Blades. The grab is good in the follow-up, and the damage is coming through. Nissan actually using the body kick instead of the drag, which is not entirely unorthodox. You could still use it to properly abuse the debuff effect from it. It does put the BN in a vulnerable position. Nissan does get raid upon and knocked up. Tadasi not stopping the get up animation. Persistence was not used. That's just a particle from the alpha. My bad, guys. It does seem like it was a blue aura. So, power slam into the ground, lots of focus coming back to Nissan, who does not manage to find the ideal stone shield over here. Flock of Blades pop by Tadasi. It's probably not exactly what he wanted. Looking for the knock up, not quite there. That's gonna be the ram and the grab. Tadasi could be in trouble here. Still has his second win available. Does manage to find the get up counter and finally forced to use the second win. That's gonna be the persistent, and it's probably gonna be enough to finish Tadasi here. Nissan gonna be securing himself the first round of this match. Like I said, in the Store's arsenal, there's a lot of tools to deal with BMs in general. It's incredibly hard for BM to actually survive some of the attacks coming through from destroyers. Both players looking for the ideal opener here, and probably a quick X with followed by a stone shield over here on Tadasi, forcing his second win, and he's gonna be up to use his HM block. Lots of big cooldown already expended by Tadasi. It could be less than ideal. Ran used to actually iframe the Soaring Falcon, and that's less than ideal for Tadasi. He finally gets knocked back. Nissan will use the spin iframe from the grab to not get knocked back by the flock here. Tadasi will be using the ground block over here, and Knee coming through from Nissan, and Gus and second win both used by both players. However, Nissan does still have his persistence available for him if he needs to use it. Goes for the power slam stone shield combo. That's gonna be the animation cancel with a lot of damage, forcing Tadasi once again to use his HM block. Nissan up to open the distance just a little bit, probably waiting for some cooldowns. Does manage to find the axe whip and eventually the ram. It should be enough. Decides to use the body kick just to add insult to injury a little bit over here. He's gonna be winning the first match in this best of 3. If he gets to do this once more, he'll just be taking his first victory here. So we're just gonna be waiting for both of the players to regroup and once again go into a match. It seems you could say that Tadasi was trying to put a valiant fight, even though Nissan is, from what I heard from EO, playing from Canada, which is less than ideal. But it's already been established that destroyers could play with high MS. I personally am someone who is playing from pretty far away country, Israel, which is in the Middle East. Not exactly ideal for this type of matchups, for this type of games, as ping is very demanding. Playing BNS with anything higher than 150, whether it's PvE or PvP, could be a little bit less than ideal. So we can honestly see that Nissan didn't exactly have a hard time against Tadasi. It's not the ideal matchup for a BM. A BM needs to actually play around his iframes very well in order to actually get to a point where he's not even... The damage difference is also very, very, very transparent. You can't really say that a BM has what it takes to do massive damage in the time frame where you have both persistence and gust down. But we're gonna be probably joining their match in just a moment. We're gonna be. Wait 1 second. Sorry, guys. It seems that we might need to wait just a little bit longer for the end of this match, for the start of the second round between Tadasi and Nisam. Okay, I have joined them for my side, and we'll finally be looking to see if Nisam could secure this first round. Tadasi will probably feel a little bit better after this match, knowing kind of which skills Nisam up to go to. From my experience, actually, sometimes going for the 24-second Siren Palm, Soaring Falcon could be a little bit more ideal than the 1 minute cooldown. It could be used to actually extend the CC, and it's a little bit more reliable, where destroyers do have certain iframes they can use against the 1 minute Soaring Falcon. And that's already gonna be used over here. Nisam doing a lot of damage here. Stone Chill coming through. That's gonna be the Ram with the smash, body kick, and the power slam, forcing Tadasi to already use his second win. HM block coming through. Nisam looking very strong in the start already. Both of his escapes are available, and Tadasi using his Flocker Blades just a little bit randomly, but maybe he's looking to do some damage with it. Does not manage to find the Soaring Falcon, and that's gonna be the Scourge into Psych. Knocking him up, I believe he already used his ground counter. This could spell disaster for Tadasi, who's looking to actually use his skills. That's gonna be persistent, used to do some pretty massive damage, and it's gonna be Nisam actually win the first round. The first round of the second game in this best of 3. One more round, and it's gonna be enough to finish this game. I can tell you that doing the animation cancel when you're anywhere above 140, 150 ms feels a little bit slower, but when you know your opponent doesn't have any escape and you have persistence, the animation doesn't matter. You will still usually have enough damage, especially if you get the crit, so you can follow it up with Mighty Cleave. Tadasi using his block, waiting patiently. That's gonna be the Soaring Falcon use, forcing Gust from Nisam over here. Flocker Blades actually used over here by Tadasi. Kind of out of time. Nisam actually using the Fury with a lot of damage coming through. This could still be dangerous. Nisam does not have an escape available for him. And that's gonna be the iframe 5-point strike, doing a bit of damage, trying to mostly survive this matchup. Usually BMs would prefer to go for the air launch 5-point strike, but Tadasi did not feel like he needed it this time. It's gonna be the smash with a body kick, lots of damage coming through. Tadasi using his ground counter, forced to use his second win, knowing full well that if he gets power slam into the ground, he will be in trouble, and using the ground block to just extend this match a little bit longer. It's gonna be the Ember Storm coming through. Tadasi needs to find an opening, if not, it could be the end for him. Cyclone Strike to avoid the grab, and finally another Fury coming through, hitting in the ground counter. That's not ideal, but Nisam will be able to finishing him up, and that's a very impressive match by Tadasi. He was trying to actually fight. It's not an ideal matchup, but still a valiant effort. I can tell you that
it's a good match. It's a good match.
Yeah, I can tell you that it's very satisfying to be the one playing BM against Destroyer and actually winning, because it feels like you need to.
It feels great.
It feels
yeah.
It's one of the charms I found in BM doing retail is that Destroyer always felt like the class for PvP. BM, on the other hand, it's not that it did not feel like the class for PvP, except it was a class that it felt like your efforts are more rewarding. When you do win, it feels satisfying. You're like a BM that won versus a Warlock, one versus a Destroyer. Matchups that usually are not ideal feel a lot more satisfying to win against. You could probably vouch for that, right, Il?
Yeah. I can. Sorry, I feel like this next match might not happen
Um,
because it's wait one second. Anxi, who I know is here,
uh-huh.
versus some Theodora, who I've not heard from for days,
Mm.
which could potentially mean that we don't have a match for this one.
So,
We'll
by
wait 5 minutes.
disqualification.
We'll discuss it a
Mhm,
bit, but I'm not sure if he's going to show up.
I understand. All right. I think it would be appropriate to take a break here to wait for the person who's supposed to be joined. We'll try to contact him.
Yep.
If he won't show up in the next 5 minutes, I would be guessing that Anxiai would be getting a victory based on disqualification of his opponent.
hmm
So we'll be
So
taking
if
a
you
short break.
guys, want to go get a drink or grab something to eat real quick, we'll be here for about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah,
Um,
don't go anywhere. The next match should be a destroyer again, if I'm correct. Always very entertaining. I'm
yeah.
completely biased.
Next match will be a BM versus Destroyer again.
Yeah. Even though you might have wrote Summoner, I think here.
Oh, well, no, this one's the one that we might get skipped.
I see. I see. The next match will be something else. So 5 minutes from now, guys, we'll be back soon. Don't forget to follow us on. I don't think we have a Twitter right yet, Il. This is a little bit of a
We do
habit,
have
you
we
know.
do have a Twitter actually. If you
That
want to
will be
follow our Twitter,
posted down below in the chat or on
there we
screen.
go.
Don't forget to tell your friends about BNSPvP. I can personally tell you that I find the server even more ideal than the original back in the days in this specific patch.
Yeah.
So we'll be seeing you in 5 minutes time. Bye for now.
Okay. See you in a bit. 1. Hello, guys, we're back.
Hello, welcome back to
Hello.
well, the break was a little bit longer than we expected, perhaps, but we're back now, and we are looking to have a match of BM versus Destroyer again. These classes are kind of popular, I feel, in the server. Just in general, we haven't gotten to see much range classes so far, which is a little bit of a shame. But what can you tell me about these players, Il?
So, Tengen is a Russian BM. From my experience so far, I've not got that great knowledge of the Russian server, but from what I've seen in this server, he's always been pretty much the rank 1 BM on this
Mm-hmm.
server.
Impressive.
He's very good. I can't beat him in a mirror. I don't think I'd probably even be able to beat him on an unfavored matchup like Sin or kind of anything like that. He's just very good all round.
Mm-hmm.
Google, who I know better as Caprice, he's one of the staff members. That can
Mm.
also be said for Nisam. I don't know why I didn't say that already. Um,
See?
he's well, he used to be a BM main, and he's sort of transitioning into playing Destroyer,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah,
he's still a very, very consistent player on both classes.
yeah.
He also does a lot of our video, um, VFX. He uploads a lot of VODs and stuff onto his channel, which
Shout out to Google.
yeah,
Shout out
let
to
me
Google.
shout out to Google. I don't think they need a shout out.
I was so generalized, like just
Yeah,
randomly Google
let
the
me find
corporation.
his YouTube channel real quick. I'll give him a shout out.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
So I would say we already went through this matchup, and it seems to be a little bit more favorable in this patch for the Destroyer. This doesn't mean that the BM cannot put up a fight and
yeah,
actually eventually win. It just, I would say, the effort needs to be a little bit higher in
yeah,
general. In general, I
and
can also kind of understand Google's side from swapping from BM to Destroyer. It's like
mm,
going from like a counter matchup in League to the guy's character because you feel like maybe it's a little bit better, the
yeah.
same kind of vibe.
I think from Nisam, who we've just watched and seen play very well, I always see him talking about how Ryu is very good against Destroyer. So we might be seeing this in this game coming out right now.
Hmm. And join in with us in the chat today. Not that I'm looking at the chat, very unprofessional. No, I'm kidding. I am looking at the chat. I'm lying. I still don't understand why they sometimes say that the casters shouldn't watch the chat. I feel like it's if you're a part of the community, you should be able to be a
Yeah, you
part of the
should be able
community.
to. There's no
Yeah.
problem in that.
I just wanted to give a shout out to my good friend Antax, who's been
Antrax,
carrying me a lot in the Clash games that we used to do in League of Legends.
yeah.
He is, of course, at the moment a little bit lost in the Ark, as it stands.
Unfortunately, a Lost Ark player. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And as we
Hopefully
do know,
we can switch you
yeah,
to BNSPvP, but
we just need to spam him with the GIF with your.
with the Van Darkholm gifts. Yeah.
So are you playing PvP in Lost Ark? You know, you get the on BNS PvP and queue up.
Yeah, dude. So
Outrageous.
I think because we've already gone over this matchup before, I think we should just maybe who cares about they when we are us. We'll probably get into this game as soon as possible, as soon as they're ready. It's probably easy for you to put in Google as a name to search up.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I am actually glad that some of the names here are not just. Uh, I can tell you guys. I think it doesn't have to be a secret, but Eel tried to test me with a BD named W 16 times.
www.
Yeah, exactly. So this is basically a name you can't really properly pronounce. It's not possible. So I just named it W. There's a good chance that I probably wouldn't say Tangent Ryu. I would just say Tangent,
Or
and
just
Google is
Ryu.
just
Probably
Google.
Ryu is probably the easiest.
Ryu even better. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I do want to pay the respects to the players based on their name and not make it
Yeah.
so, you know, shorten it, might be a little bit less fun.
Yeah,
So
you at least want to pay respects to the people playing rather than saying maybe, you know, ah, the Sin player did this, the Sin player did that. But it seemed the players are ready to go now, so start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, get into the match and we'll join them using the spectate tool, the amazing in-game spectate tool that is usually very, very good. It almost sounds like I'm sarcastic, but besides the thing where we can't see the list of players playing right now, it is a pretty decent tool. You wouldn't expect NCSoft to be giving you something along the line as this. It's very smooth. You have the appropriate tools. You can do free cam, auto cam, all these things that really help you view the game in a way that is very comfortable in general. So we're going to be seeing the first match of Google the Destroyer versus Tangent Rio, the BN. This is the officially I think the 4th or 5th match of this tournament. It is a best of 3, so you should expect to see pretty good stuff. I believe that we're in right now, and now we can see already Tangent using his HM block and up and use the HM Sorin Falcon to try to pull Google out of his Ember Storm. Google might be a little bit focus hungry here. Up to use the grab, and actually the Flocker Blades does free Tangent from the grab. So I think Alexa might have started talking to me while I'm casting. That never happened to me before. Ascend used, and that's going to be the soul fire from Tangent. Not quite what he probably wanted. Looking to use that boot to try to get a knockdown. Does not manage to find it. Big knee here forcing the second win from Tangent. Google should not have his escape available, and Tangent should be aware of that. HM block coming through from Tangent here. He uses the Iron Shoulder, the shoulder charge to actually extend the buff a little bit more. That's going to be the gust used by Google over here. And Tangent could be in trouble, but that's probably not what Google wanted. He is standing in the lightning throw and could be dropping down here. Tangent should have his second win available in like just a few seconds. Does manage to use that blind sight to just extend a little bit. Google knowing full well that he doesn't have it, his escape is looking to wait out his cooldowns. Maybe just even a little bit. Opt to use the stone shield to actually heal himself quite a bit. But it is the one with the iron plating, so he gets to have a free iframe for himself. HM blow coming from Tangent here. Also will give him a tiny heal over here. Both players are looking for their cooldown, not comfortable to try to engage before that. Trying to use the SS, but we all both know the SS from this one is not the ideal iframe. Google does have his iron plating available for himself. No cooldowns used by Tangent on that iframe. Ember Storm coming through in red spin. Just stacking those immunities is very good. Tangent could be in trouble, 9% health. Uses that lightning throw, dealing some decent damage, but he might be in trouble. That's gonna be the Soul and Falcon iframe by Google, just perfectly timed here. 5-point Psyche iframe just to deal some damage. Another HM block with the shoulder charge. Both of these players are fairly low, and it's 10 seconds on the timer. This could be the deciding moment of this game. Finally, raid being used, but the take flight not quite connecting. Does manage to find the Soul and Falcon, and it's gonna be the timer actually. Scores are gonna be what is gonna be deciding this match right here. I would think that the BM is probably the one who's gonna win, but nope. Google actually held 4K less. That's impressive. It's a win. This is probably what would be a fairly close match, if anything. Both players should remember that they need to wait 5 seconds before engaging, so there's no black skin abuse. That's going to be the Soul and Falcon, followed by a Flicker Stun. Forcing already Google to actually use his Gust. That's going to be the red spin. Just using that Ember Storm HM block coming through from Tangent. He knows full well he doesn't need to be in a rush here. Trying to force Google to walk out of his Ember Storm, as there's no reason for him to force a fight in Google's comfort zone. Google using that stone shield, healing back to 100% health, but that's gonna be the 5-point strike knock up to deal a little bit of damage to Google. Trying to find Raid here, but actually hitting into the ground counter, not exactly what Tangent probably wanted. Another very nice Soaring Falcon coming here. Persistence blown by Google over here. He should have his Gust available very soon, so he might not really be in such trouble as it seems. He uses that ground counter iframe by Tangent, who uses the Flicker with a blind side. Ram finally coming through, gets the CCE waited for. Google will try to do some damage, maybe forcing the escape from Tangent over here. That's gonna be the ground ground block. The pretty weird animation if you ask me, but it does its job when the destroyer doesn't really have the appropriate animations, appropriate cooldowns. Red Spin coming through, does use some hurricanes in between those whiffs. That's gonna be the Gust, hits into parry. Tangent might be in trouble. He still has the second win. I don't know if he's gonna use it anytime soon, but he might have to. There it is, and second win coming through from Tangent. Google using that hurricane to actually iframe the top escape, and oh, that's gonna be the Iron Shoulder stays. Persistence being used by Google over here. He does manage to find a very nice coaching strike and get up, forcing the Flock of Blades. Tangent could be in trouble here. Might the cube coming through? It will be enough to finishing him off, and it's gonna be Google who's winning the first round of this match. Same. So we did mention that Google is a pretty decent destroyer and a part of the community developing this wonderful server, and shout out to him. Congratulations for winning the first match. We still need to wait for the best of 3, so one more match will be coming through. Alright, they should be already in the game, so we're gonna be seeing that in a moment. So this is the second match between Google that is against Tangent, who already actually uses his second win in ancient blocks. That's a lot of cooldowns actually blown straight off the back. Google is challenging relentlessly, not looking to actually wait out his cooldowns to come back. Uses that iron plating with the stone shield, drags not quite landing, and Google actually popping the persistent, doing a lot of damage, forcing the Flock of Blades from Tangent, who's actually just probably should open the distance a little bit. Tangent not really afraid, knowing full well that he doesn't have second win. He's fearless, you could say. That's gonna be the ramp follow-up. Google probably still waiting for like some cooldowns. He does manage to find the scope inside. If that was the ground counter by Tangent, it could be disastrous for him. That's gonna be the Ember Storm, followed by the Ram and the Bleeds. Lots of damage. Another second win blown by Tangent. HMZ and HM Block both used over here, and those are pretty big cooldowns actually. So probably Tangent just gonna have to be careful here. Finally gets grabbed by Google. Probably gonna be using that power slam at the end. No, waits out the cooldown. Does manage to find the Ram. Animation cancel. Very, very classic. That's gonna be the Typhoon actually used. I don't know if that's exactly what he would want. Raid used by Tangent, forcing Google to use his Gust. And that was a very, very good iframe by Google here. And finally the 5-point strike with the air combo is good. Doing some damage onto Google, who is still in a pretty decent position. Has his persistent, forces the second win from Tangent, who uses the HM block to extend this fight a little bit. It seems like Tangent is struggling here to find an opening that he actually wants. It's a lot less than optimal for him, as Google is answering very, very well to any of the attempts thrown by Tangent. Finally finds a good knockdown. That's gonna be the Gust used. Very good knee by Google over here. Knowing for well that Tangent doesn't have any role here, he could look to finish this off, and that's gonna be the third round in the second game. The first round in the second game actually won by Google. He just needs one more match, and it's gonna be enough for him to secure a place for himself in the winners. What was the name of that? The round up. The next round, he will be able to go to what would be the quarterfinals, probably in a 60-man team. Soren Falcon is iframed by Google here, and HM block also used. Tangent, very, very fast to use these big cooldowns. Whether or not that's optimal, we'll soon know. Persistence coming through, lots of damage. Trying to probably force Tangent to use the second win. Does opt to resolve that actually, because being stuck without his second win could be dangerous. Google finally using both his persistence and second win here. No escapes available for him. Still standing in his Ember Storm, not the ideal position. Tangent wants him to get out or for that to expire. Just needs to find an opening here, but actually hits into the deflect. Google just waiting off his cooldown a little bit, knowing that he doesn't have his persistence or his gust. He does have his iron plating. Tangent probably feeling the pressure right now. He does manage to finally find that Soren Falcon, and it's a lot of damage from those Dragon Tongues, Dragon Lashes. I don't exactly remember the name of that skill, but it's okay. That's gonna be less than dropping Google to 26% HP, forcing the Gust once more. Should not have any escape available, but another very nice Ember Storm will keep himself safe. Tangent finally forced to use his second win again. Looking to use his Soren Falcon to force Google out of his Ember Storm. That's gonna be the red spin. Tangent should be careful. Sending in that red spin could spell disaster for him. Another iron plating coming through. Google is not exactly the healthiest boy here. Uses persistence once more. Tangent just needs to find another opening here. Iframe by Google. The Soren Falcon, that's not what Tangent wants. That could be completely tragic for him. If he doesn't find anything soon, it could spell the end of this matchup for him. And Gust and second win both used by both players. No persistence available for Google. Should still be able to use it once before the timer actually expires. So, what would Tangent do here? He needs to actually at least win one match. But Google's iframe are on point. Stone Shield, just as the HMZ coming through, that's just perfect. However, Tangent does manage to find some damage from the knockup. That's gonna be the flicker. What the lightning throw? It's enough to actually finishing him off. And it's gonna be Tangent finally finding a match here. If he could actually win the next one, we would have a tiebreaker of one win versus one win. So now we're going to be seeing both of these players probably Tangent feeling the pressure a little bit more than Google. His iframes are just amazing. I cannot argue. He's like using that Rem iframe perfectly. Flocker Blade will be used by Tangent to get out of that grab. Does manage to find the lightning road in the Ember, so probably not enough time for it to refresh. The buff was not quite there. Ground counter does allow Google to get up, but the CC and the follow up is good. Google using that Gust. Probably another very, very nice Stone Shield to iframe. He's just playing it perfectly. It's been like this the whole game. Anytime Tangent is trying to find a Soren Falcon, it's just not happening. Shoulder charge being used. That's gonna be the persistent pop by Google. Not really finding anything with this persistent. The window of time is actually gone. The persistence will be out, and Tangent just needs to wait for his Soren Falcon to probably get back up. Ember Stomp is there. It's gonna be the Cyclone Strike to just extend this a little bit longer. Could look for a cheeky knockup. Not happening. It's gonna be the red spin. Tangent probably learning from his mistake and waiting out the Stone Shield. Probably gonna be using that Soren Falcon anytime soon. Google could be in trouble here. Does manage to find a very nice, some very nice damage from that flicker lightning roll. 20% HP using that Flocker Blade in the middle of the combo. Lightning rod doesn't want to hit it. The ground counter does actually at the end. Google is 80% HP, could be in trouble. Does not have ground counter, should have his position available, but that's gonna be Tangent actually winning the second match. When in a 1v1, it's in a 1-for-1. Where both players are tied for the win. The next match will be the deciding match. Nissan actually telling Tangent, nice Tangent in chat. So I think we know which side he's on. And we already have the next match happening. It's gonna be again, like I said, the tiebreaker between Google the Destroyer and Tangent the BN. I actually wish it was this move in retail. I'm just reminding the players, don't forget that you need to wait 5 seconds before you actually rush into each other, because we don't want any black screen abusing, even though it was clear that there was no such thing in this case. So, grab into Flocker Blades will free up Tangent from that grab. Red spin spam from Google. Those Flocker Blades are actually making it so Google will not run out of focus in this late. He's probably just looking for an opening here. It's gonna be the 5-point side, completely wasted on the iron plated. Sorin Falcon being iframed by Google here. Looking for a cheeky ram, not quite finding that, but that's gonna be the drag. Did not find the ideal tech chase. Ground counter used, and Gust and second wind both being used. Tangent needs to be careful here, because he knows that Google does have his persistence and is probably looking to try to find an opening to win this match. Good enough CC could spell disaster for Tangent, who's really just kind of waiting this out a little bit, knowing that his escape is down. That's gonna be the persistent pop. Google actually finding a very decent grab with the Ember Stomp. That's gonna be the ground block from Tangent, who could use Cyclone Strike at the end. However, Ram is good. That's gonna be the CC lock. Tangent taking a lot of damage. The Z drag just coming out of cooldown. But he could look to finish this off. Second wind finally used. That's gonna be the raid into the air combo. Heavenly Dance with a lot of damage. Uses the dive bomb to actually break some approaching skills. Dragon Tang Lashes, I don't remember the skill's name again. The BM tab spam finally loses here, and Google will be taking the first one of this tiebreaker. Google only needs one more win to actually secure himself the victory here, so we'll see how Tangent actually deals with the pressure here. Does manage to find a very nice second Sorin Falcon. Uses that flicker lightning roll, forcing out the, Google's Gust very, very early on. Google still has his persistence, so probably in a pretty chill position. Uses his Ember Storm, Tangent forcing him out of the Ember Storm. Go actually walk into Tangent, even though he has his Ember Storm in the back. Tangent hitting into Deflay, that could be disastrous for him. Taking out of the damage, dropping to 60% HP, uses that Flocker Blade to actually get out of the grab. Red Spin doing some damage, but not really the stun. Google just probably playing it slow here, because he knows that he does not want to be in Tangent face with persistence only. Maybe looking to actually wait some cooldowns back. Sorin Falcon iframe perfectly by Google. This man is a beast when it comes to actual iframes. He's like seeing that Sorin Falcon iframing by instinct. It's insane. Persistence stacked with Ember Storm, that's basically bonker mode. Tangent, I think he might have actually used ground counter here. This could be very bad for him. And Google not using the power slam, waiting out. He knows that Tangent has his second win here. 5-point strike, follow on. Perfect tech chase after the roll. It's a very cheeky Lunar Strike over here, doing some pretty decent damage. Gas being used by Google. So, Google, knowing that he will have his persistent probably up pretty soon, is trying to wait this out, using that stone shield to heal himself with iron plating. Tangent, bad timing. He used it on the iron plating. That's less than ideal. Google can't use persistence from knockdown position. Will be using that Gust once more. And that's gonna be the HF block coming through from Tangent. He feels pretty confident using this. Actual Stone Shield being getting out and boot by Tangent. Gets a pretty nice knockup. The Ember Stop is coming through and will actually keep Google from harm for maybe a little bit longer. Tangent should have his second win. Up to use that ground block actually, and that's less than ideal when it comes to the Red Spin. Red Spin still there, actually hitting into Deflect. Tangent might be in trouble, he's 1% HP and he's gonna drop. It's gonna be Google actually winning this match after all in this best of 3. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's supposed to be another match. I will just check to announce this correctly. Yeah, So it's gonna be Google actually winning this fight. So far, we've seen from these last few games that the Soils have a pretty decent place in this matchup. In this specific patch, it's pretty obvious, honestly. Um, so what can you tell me about the next matchup?
So, next matchup. Let me check real quick.
Hmm I think Tenjin
Is
Ryu should still be how will I say it? It was a valiant effort. It's
yeah,
a hard matchup. He was playing it well. Google was just playing so well. Those iframes were on point. The entire
yeah. It's
match.
so like I said, so consistent. So,
Yeah,
sorry if you hear my dogs in the background. That's terrible timing. Um,
yeah, no,
so
he's a BNS PvP fan. I can understand him. I would bark as well.
so our next match is a, a friend of Hangetsu's, Mr. Nick versus
Oh,
Jaylee, Summoner.
um, okay. So I will tell you a little bit of background about Nick. Nick is actually, for a time, there was a chance for him to actually play properly versus Mr. B. The history was that he was suffering a little bit for performance anxiety when it came to the actual formal tournament. Me and him, we worked on this together a little bit, and I felt like he was actually coming through in one of the tournaments. I think it was Rumble in the Realm 4, one of those, where he actually played very, very solidly, man. It was a completely different player. So me and him, we practiced a lot. We had times when we sparred Destroyer versus KFM, and those matchups could go either way. Nick, however, is also a PvE player. I can tell you that he was a big fan of PvP. No doubt that it was probably something like 90% PvP, 10% PvE. However, he did tank many dungeons, and if you're gonna be playing versus a summoner, having some PvE experience under your belt is incredibly valuable.
Yeah.
You have to agree with me. I'm saying this is half a joke, but honestly, think about
It's
it.
true. It's true. I also want to bring everyone's attention to. I completely forgot to do this earlier. We are running predictions for every match. Well, should be running predictions for every match. So you can use your channel points to gamble, see who you want to win, and if you win, then you get double your channel points back. Why this is a good thing? It means at
We
certain
support
amounts of
gambling.
challenge,
Oh,
maybe.
no, okay, never.
At certain amounts of channel points, you can get outfits within the game, and these outfits will stay with you. Um, maybe well,
Into.
they'll through beta, through official release, so you don't have to worry about them being like disappearing through server wipe. You just talk to one of us, talk to a staff member, and we'll get you sorted out again. So
Mhm.
if you want to get the channel points for these outfits, it is a really good idea to use these predictions.
Wow, I'm actually seeing this right now. It started with Nick having like something close to 90%, but now the
Yeah,
bets are actually on Jaylee, who's 1.2k
yeah.
points.
I think someone just wagered 1.2k points.
That's impressive. Wow, I think that's to be. I'm gonna put another 100 on Nick, just because I have some faith in him. No pressure, Nick.
No pressure, Nick. No pressure. If I could contribute to this, I would, but I have infinity points, so it's
Mhm.
a
Yeah,
little bit
that's that's a
unfair.
bit of cheating. So
uh,
wait, if you were to be betting infinity point, then you would win. Based on what you
obviously,
would say, you would get twice the infinity.
somehow.
I see.
Um,
uh, what else can we say anything about Jaylee? Does anyone do you
um,
know anything about the
I
person?
know Jaylee. She's. I'm not gonna make assumptions. Powers Turbo and her are a thing, I believe. I believe. She's a very good summoner from Russia.
Hmm
I'm really not sure where else to go with this. I
hmm
think I've lost to them quite a few times, and I don't like Summoner. So I'm going to say
Okay.
as little as I possibly can.
Yeah, just some arise it.
it's a summoner player.
Yeah.
They can hit attack chase.
Wow. That is
That you know,
incredible insight, man.
I know it's like
I mean,
what more do
okay,
you want?
um, so we can look at some of how this matchup goes in general outside of these two players. KFM has the tools to get max agility versus the summoner, play around his cooldowns in a way that makes him pretty much a nuisance for the summoner to actually land his CC. However, the summoner has a lot of tools to also deal with the KFM. Things like the Bridal Patch. If he uses SS, he can get rooted and completely vulnerable to any damage coming from the summoner. Not to mention entangle. I'm sorry, the RMB from summoner, forcing the guard break and forcing a knockdown as well. The summoner's cat could actually get a free pounce on top of the KFM, which is also a lot of damage. We don't know yet if Jaylee would prefer to use the bees or the elf. It is a little bit more popular, from what I remember, to use elf, but in a specific matchup, it could go either way. On the other hand, Nick could decide that he prefers to go for the safe. I would say safer, the more PvP or PvE oriented build against the summoner, which is very convenient when you think about it, since some of the tools that you would be getting against the summoner might not be as valuable on them compared to other classes.
Hmm.
So, say for example, using standard Searing Palm, so you would get a knockdown on the summoner or stun, does not mean that the cat gets stunned.
Yeah, it's
The
not
cat is
AoE.
completely. It's not that the cat is completely. How will I say this? It doesn't have a mind on of its own, but usually it's quite standard for I would say noobish summoner to just keep using pounce and keep using lunge
Just
at
stacking
random.
agility for the KFM.
I can tell you from exactly stacking agility, stacking the KFM resists. Well, it's not something you exactly stack, but pretty much giving windows of opportunity for the KFM to be immune to damage
Okay,
or to CCO in
so
general. Um, yeah.
yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I'll switch over to my side. I'll mute, and then we'll see when they decide to get going.
hmm Yeah,
Cool.
I'm looking forward to cheer Nick on. But as a caster, I will try to be as biased as possible. Hopefully, he doesn't disappear, as it is a bit of Nick's personal favorite move. He might be a KFM player, but he likes to disappear like an assassin sometimes. It's pretty common for him. So whether or not he decides to use, say, blue buff or a mid force, it's up to him. But both of these skills could be incredibly useful for him. Um, I would actually look forward for the opener, which is gonna be very deciding here. So, in the best of three, we're gonna be joining our sixth match of the tournament. Nick the KFM versus Jaylee the Summoner in a best of three. So I'm still thinking, right? The one of the most deciding factors here is actually the opener. It is incredibly important for the summoner and the KFM to actually find a very good opener. Generally, probably both players knowing that they need to wait 5 seconds before they actually start moving. It's gonna be already the bridal patch used by Jelly, trying to find a decent route onto Nick, which already probably stacked his max agility. It's gonna be bees, you could say, are Lee being used and forcing vulnerability onto Nick, who uses his Dragon Rage. Lots of damage. PvE steering palm, like I said, the bees with the cat grapple doing massive work onto Nick here, who has his fine slam. That's where it is. That's gonna be the tremor being used. Lots of damage coming through. It's actually complete PvE build, I would say. Gets a very nice counter. That's gonna be the crouching tiger. The cat is just gonna be safe. Not the target you would actually want to ever target when you're up against the summoner. The summoner is frozen because of the mid froze, unable to actually target Nick. Nick forced to use his second win again. Uses that Dragon Rage. That's gonna be another ally. Jelly is playing this very well. Nick, however, he is low, but still could look for an opening. It's gonna be the blue petal song. Forget what that one is called, but it's not where you wanna stand ever. Very good counters from Nick. He's taking a little bit of PvE damage in here and will eventually go down. We know that the Bridal Patch has one of the effects that could be very useful actually even outside of PvP when we're talking about PvE. For some reason I can see Nissan writing in general chat, he wrote, "Wow, she is good." So shout out to Jaylee from Nissan. I actually don't know how I'm seeing this message. Flying Fam with the mid force being poked in the middle, actually avenging freeze to iframe that Ali. Lots of damage coming through. Jaylee actually 55% HP, already used her escape. Nick did as well. This could still be bad. He uses he launches the cat into the air and Crouch Tiger coming from Jaylee who uses lunge. Actually, triple kick on the cat, doing some damage to the cat. It's not exactly ideal, but he does manage to find the smite. If Jelly can find a grab here, it could spell disaster for Nick. He does have a max agility actually, I think, right now. He's standing in a place that he does not want to stand. That's about 35% damage just from the bees. Actually, opt to use Dragon Rage. The Ali is there and gonna put him in a vulnerable position. Second wind will be used, and the mid force actually forcing both of them to get stunned and doing a lot of damage with that PvE Searing Palm. However, the cat is 26% HP, finally using the Crouching Tiger with the stealth. Jaylee should be careful, her cat is incredibly low, the PvE damage is there, and the knockup will probably be enough to secure Jaylee her first match. No, this is a lot faster than what I would expect actually. We will be joining them soon for the second match. To think that a KFM that is playing well would still lose to be build. It's just it's pretty standard. This is what you would expect, honestly. And we're gonna be joining the second game as we speak. The cat was actually very close to dying over there, and okay. We're back to the second match. It's gonna be Nick the KFM versus Jaylee, who already secured herself the first win in this matchup. The B spam is there and lots of damage are coming onto Nick, who uses Iron Shoulder, followed by the Breeze Kick. Dropping Jaylee to 62%. Triple Kick is very good. It's gonna be the cat pounce, grabbing Nick, who is forced to use his escape. Gets knocked up again, taking lots of damage, dropping under 60% HP, actually to 44% HP. He's standing in the blue petal storm, taking a lot of damage. The entanglement and the bees are gonna be dropping Nick incredibly low, who's targeting the cat. The pressure is on for him for sure. He's doing a lot of damage to the cat, actually dropping it to 30% HP. Does manage to find max agility, actually hits the triple kick into the empowered into the empowered Dandelion and actually getting a free stealth and heal for Jaylee. And of course the immunity for the cat is not something you want to undermine. Nick will really have to try hard here. He needs to be incredibly careful. Jaylee has been playing this match perfectly so far. It's just a matter of finding these opportunities. It's not enough to only have the max agility. Flying Sam does can a cat could come to Jaylee's aid in just a moment. She does manage to find the Ali. Nick does manage to stun the cat and the summoner together. Decides to launch the cat into the air, doing some damage. Tries to find the triple kick. That's gonna be True Friends actually keeping Jaylee safe for now. He does manage to find the flurry here. Actually, Jaylee is playing this very patiently, looking for an opener to actually grab Nick, who does manage to get a very nice ground counter from the cat. Still focusing on the cat quite a lot. It is a part of the matchup. That's gonna be lunge, forcing Nick to actually escape. That means he's vulnerable to cat pounce. Does manage to find a very nice iron shoulder. That's gonna be a lot of damage, forcing Jaylee to actually use their escape. And the blue pedestal once again with the dragon range. That's gonna be the fourth Searing Palm he puts on her. It's just a little bit of damage is all he needs. The opener that he needs is just around the corner. He tries to get the triple kick, hits into the counter. That's gonna be a lot of damage, dropping Nick to 35%. And actually, the cat follow up with the power pounds is incredible. And Jay Lee will win this matchup in a 2-0. Very, I wouldn't say the last round was too decisive, but overall a pretty decisive matchup. Um, Nick will
And there
be
we go.
sitting out this tournament. I was really hoping in his favor, but you know, what can
Well,
you do?
congratulations to everyone that voted for Jaylee, because that is the prediction winner.
Yeah, Nick, you owe me about like 110
I
server
know.
points. Right?
Disgusting stuff, really. Nick
Uh,
should have just, you know, won. It's not that
I
difficult.
I love this. I mean, we're encouraging gambling today here. I
Yeah,
mean,
like, congrats, guys. Uh,
uh,
you got some points.
mm,
Right, so, next
next
match.
matchup.
I'll have a little look. Wait, let me put these scores through.
I wouldn't say that Nick had performance anxiety this time, but I think he was lacking a little bit in the experience versus someone else.
Yeah,
We
and
actually had a couple that were Warlock and a Summoner back in the days that we used to play a lot against. So maybe he was lacking that a little bit.
yeah,
Did I say
I
anything?
think another sort of element of this is the fact that I believe Powers Turbo and Jaylee have sparred many, 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 many times.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
more than I can probably comprehend. So she likely knows that matchup very well.
Who did you say she was Power versus?
Powers Turbo.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and Power Turbo is a very good KFM, so in any case, she did get to experience this matchup probably a lot more than Nick did. Could say that this is a little bit of the Russian players really coming together to improve the overall odds in this tournament. I think that you should expect. Now we only need a Swedish summoner to actually join this server, and Nick will have a sparring partner as well.
Right. So I hate to say it, but I'm unsure of what's going to happen for the next match because yet again this person has signed up for the tournament and not checked in. Hasn't said anything to us ever since. I don't even know what class he's playing. I'm assuming he's an
Well,
SF because he's an SF player, but
I
our
see.
resident Shadow Sin might be getting a free win.
Hmm? Well, it's not something new. It already happened 3 times. Is this the seventh match or the eighth?
This is the 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the sixth. Wait, or will it? No, no, no. Okay, so matches that we've actually commentated on.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the fifth match because we've had two people that have bailed so far.
Mm-hmm.
I unfucked to try myself. Yeah. I'm fairly sure that is. I just don't know where he is. I've not heard anything from him.
I see.
Uh,
Well, mm,
we'll give it a little bit of time. We can discuss it.
yeah, I think we could take a 5 minute break and come back with the results. If the player will actually come back, we'll just go on from there. Otherwise, we'll have to disqualify him. Yeah,
I mean, it is a shame,
unless you,
but
unless you guys think you wanna already go to the next match, and we'll just skip this one for.
yeah. Do you guys want to go straight to the next match, and then if they turn up in the next 10 minutes, we'll go back to this match, or what do you guys want to do?
Perhaps we'll wanna make like a voting system here. Oh,
I can't really. Oh wait, he's typing.
oh, okay. We might have a match in hand. It's so far we're seeing Soul Fighter versus Assassin. I can tell you that as someone who saw a little bit of these matches, they usually go in favor of the Sin. What a surprise! The least. I wouldn't say not. It's not the most popular class. It's just one of the most hated, alongside one of the best. The most hated classes like Warlock and Assassin. Just in general, After the nerfs, it feels a lot less toxic now to actually fight against these. I personally,
Um,
as a Storm main, didn't have too much outbound. You said something else?
so a very confusing sort of revelation has happened here.
Okay.
He didn't realize that he signed up for the tournament.
I see. Okay.
So he's accidentally signed up for the. He said that he's going to start the game. I don't know if he's even got an account, a character made.
Well, he has. We could say something like about 2 or 3 minutes more.
Yeah, let
After
me
that, we'll
ask
just
him.
have to call it. It doesn't sound likely that he would sign up without a character being made. So this is not what I would expect, really. Hmm. Well,
So
whatever is, it's gonna happen.
yeah, we
Yeah.
can take it as a break for now. Well, not really a break. We can just discuss because um SF versus Sin, and I feel like I do have to say that Rav UIAO only plays Shadow Sin, so he plays with the 6 meter dash.
hmm
He would have told you that anyway. Well, never mind, he's already told everyone that. Um, so uh,
Well, I can tell you that I personally like Shadow Sin as well. What with the all classic close shape combos, seems to be a little bit. I mean, obviously you can do that in Lightning as well. I'm just used to level 45 patch. That was the only time I ever reached Platinum, if I remember correctly, on Assassin. I also had really ideal ping, even for my country back then. It was a very rare infrastructure of internet where I lived. It was it's an interesting story, maybe for another time. But the general concept is that the assassin is very demanding in ping. You cannot play this character without actually having a proper ping. Or you would, but dropping combos seems to be something that happens pretty frequently, especially if you're playing with anything above 110, 120.
okay,
Uh,
so he's requested that we skip him, so we'll do
I
just
see.
that.
So we're gonna be skipping this match. It's gonna be so Yui is gonna be getting a free win. Yeah, if am I
Hmm.
correct?
Yep,
Okay. Congratulations for Yui for this outstanding battle. He
I
played
know,
this
right? Like, well played,
amazingly.
well played.
He assassinated his opponent so fast that there was no match to actually broadcast. Things like this happen. So
So
will we
our
have?
next match, once I get confirmation, will be Powers Turbo
Oh,
versus Selena, who is it's going to be the first time that we see this player because they got
hmm,
a bye in the first round due to there being an odd amount of participants.
I see.
Um,
So
so we'll see.
what class is Selena?
BD, so our first BD in the game so far.
KFM versus BB. That matchup, I can tell you from my experience that it's not near. It's a very skill level matchup. It's not really a counter in both ways. Power Turbo we already know is an incredible KFM from Russia that already proved himself in the first match versus a Blade Master that which I cannot recall the name at the moment, but I will check it out later. It's probably a
Yeah,
long name that was hard for me to pronounce anyway, so. And Selena, actually, I remember in retail there was a Selena destroyer that there was a PvE player, Shadow Destroyer, if I remember correctly, actually. So that's probably not the same person, but still, Shadow Sin broken confirmed, said Rav. Selena, I know. Uh,
Selena.
is Shadow is BD anything any good versus KFM? I can tell you that it all comes down to skill matchup, and I can tell you that if the BD plays it well, It has a lot of tools, and in this patch, it's incredibly strong with the lightning drop being able to deal what would seem like almost 20k health. Completely
Yeah,
balanced.
true. Just to put everyone's attention back to the predictions again, it is up again. So please choose between, Powers Turbo or Selena. Who's going to win this match? Bear in mind, I don't think anyone's seen gameplay from Selena, so it could be a wild card.
I don't think it should. I think it should pay differently. I'm not gonna lie. It's like saying that the dark horse of maybe the dark horse of the tournament, or maybe an underdog, uh, right, versus someone who's already clearly a good KFM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be like 1-4 or 1-8 or something. The payout it shouldn't be the same. Just saying. But I
Wow,
actually
it's just channel points. No one's paying for them, so it's all
I
just for
know,
a
I'm
bit of
kidding.
fun.
I put my points on Selena. I'm probably the only one. Maybe there's one more person. I spent 30 points. Meanwhile, there's 1.7. Imagine if
I know,
Selena
right?
actually wins. How much am I supposed to get? Just twice?
I think it's twice. I'm not sure though.
But if I'm the only person in the pool, that means points get obliterated. That doesn't sound right.
I'm
If, for
really not
example,
sure.
right, there's two people who actually put points. I think if I put 30 points inside betting on Selena, and the other person put 10, and we have something like 3.7k points on Powers Turbo. If I win, I should be getting at least something along the line, like 2.8 or something.
True. Um,
Otherwise the system. Okay, let's just say it goes into Ill's pocket.
I really can't tell how many get given out.
Well,
Uh,
we'll know soon, or we won't know. We won't know if we would know if unless Selena does win. So could be an interesting experiment. Oh, I can see
okay,
who voted for Selena.
right. Um, let's get into the match as soon as we can. So I'll mute and then I'll get them to go.
All right, go on.
Okay.
Looking forward to see in Power Turbo once again dominating the arena. We already got to see him play versus a BM in the first match, if I remember correctly. If I could only recall the name, it eludes me at the moment, but it will probably come back. Yeah. If Selena does win this, we actually have a little bit of an experiment happening when it comes to the betting system. Is right now it's 3 people voting for Selena and what would seem like 11 people who voted 3.9k on Power Turbo. I would expect that the payout is gonna be it's just gonna be double. It's the math for Twitch is probably gonna be a lot easier. I'm going to be getting into the spectating tool as we speak. They should be going in all right. So in the best of 3 we have Selena, the Blade Dancer versus Powers Turbo, the KFM, the very well renowned KFM from Russia, who is already 60% health actually. I think he already has his max agility stacked over here. A very nice 5-point strike by Selena, dropping him to almost 50% health, looking for some ground games here. And actually the Phantom Grab will force him to use the mid frost. And he just needs an opening here. Finally finds the triple kick, gets the smite he probably wanted. We'll be able to use that Dragon Rage. Dragon Rage, I forgot what it's called. I think it's Dragon something, I'm pretty sure. That's gonna be the dual blade just to iframe a little bit. Soren Falcon Phantom Gun just outside of the timing. Probably not what Selena wants at all. Uses that second win. Power Turbo does manage to iframe that just to avoid that daze. It could be incredibly inconvenient. It's looking to wait out the Steel Tempest. No more iframe for Selena. Finally finds a triple kick. Is ready to finish her off. Uses that Searing Palm with the Tremor and will be able to secure the first round of this best of 3. Well, it's what you would expect, but Selena was put in a very nice fight. BDs have their way to actually still do damage. It's kind of hard to know the difference in skill this early. Sorin Falcon just iframe, Power Turbo looking for that sweeping kick in the air, not really finding that. That's gonna be the Steel Tempest, just iframing with the HM block. That's gonna be Selena's 3 main iframe finally exhausted, and she doesn't use the ground counter as it is very dangerous to use that against KFM. Does manage to hit to get a nice deflect. Selena will be getting the take flight reset over here. Power Turbo does manage to find a very nice knockdown here, but still both of them have their escapes up. Finally Selena first to use her escape. Phantom Guard and Steel Tempest will be used, and all of them being iframed actually. Selena could be in trouble here. Power Turbo just needs to find a very good CC here. Kind of a random lightning draw, not exactly what Selena probably wanted. It might be a little bit of a move of desperation as she does not have an escape. Power Turbo is looking to play this slowly. He uses elbow smash, not the regular counters. You know that BDs have it pretty easy when it comes to breaking counters with their Blitz Blade. Another Steel Tempest. Power Turbo is really playing this slow. He's 100% health. He just needs to wait out these iframes. Selena should have her dual blade as well to iframe. There it is. Given Power Turbo, pretty much I think he's at max agility, evading pretty much everything. Trying to find an opening. Finally gets the knockup with the flying Sam. Has his time available. Decides to actually try to go for the guiding fist gap closing opener. Selena with the Phantom Guard, looking for a very cheeky lightning throw, does manage to find it. Power Turbo should have his ground counter available for him. The ground game is good with the 5.6 air combo, lots of damage coming full. Power Turbo is dropped to 37% health. Finally hits into a ground counter again. The dual blade is good, lots of iframes from BDs is pretty much standard. Forced to use her second win. Selena will be trying to find some distance. Finally the CC is there. Power Turbo with the comment side, with the tremor, with the damage. That's gonna be the Sirin Palm, and the 2 RFs are gonna be enough to secure him the first win in the best of 3. One more match like this and it's gonna be Power Turbo, if I'm not mistaken, going to the finals. Alright, we'll just have to wait a little bit before we go into the next game. Do not wait. I mean, we won't have to wait. The players just need to get ready. So, I never expected them to wait for me. I didn't want that. I just wanted them to be ready. Okay, so both players are in the arena. Power Turbo already looking for a pretty aggressive opener here. Does manage to find the triple kick with the sweeping kick. Doing some damage over here. It's gonna be a max agility already stacked to full. Power Turbo over here with a pretty decisive opener. Does try to wait patiently for those. He has Hellfire Kick, by the way, which is pretty good versus Blade Dancer. It's something you could use also on grounded target. Spinner classes in general are pretty vulnerable to knockdowns, and finally Selena could be dropping here, and it's gonna be Power Turbo with a very decisive round over here. Still 100% flawless victory for him. I could be mistaken by a little bit. It could be the heals that got him all the way to 100, but nevertheless, it's the HP difference is very noticeable. Selena does manage to find a Sorin Falcon. That's going to be their mid-force, and actually still Tempest coming from Guardian Tempest, I'm sorry, from Selena over here. She did use most of her items already. Power Turbo not quite finding the Hellfire Kick that he wanted. Tries to find the cheeky Flying Sam, not quite there, and mid-force being used to actually avoid the Phantom Guard. Is looking for a knockdown, finally finds it. That's gonna be the ground counter. Not exactly what Power Turbo wanted. Does get stunned finally by the lightning draw and does manage to find a very nice comet. It's a Searing Palm, 2 RFs are strong, lots of damage coming through with the smite, with no falling star just yet, 2% health, another chance for Selena to use Guardian Tempest and her HM block to try to extend this fight just a little bit longer. Another second win coming through, Vacuum is there, quick ankle biter. Power Turbo does not have his mid force to actually get out of that. That's gonna be the pushed into the wall, a little bit of damage, and drop him to 70%. So a little bit unlikely that Selena is gonna be making a comeback here, and it's gonna be Power Turbo winning with a very decisive display of skills from him over Selena. People who, like me, who betted on Selena will not receive any extra points. Those who went crazy and actually betted something like 4K, congratulations, enjoy your points.
Congratulations, you got the Hong Moon bag.
Wow, that's impressive. What are the perks of having a Hong Moon bag?
A lot of money.
Wow, impressive. You get 1 honor point, 1 prestige points as well, everyone.
One big dick point per win.
So that was the second round, right? Like basically the
Yep.
round there
So
ups.
Paz
Yeah,
Turbo
yeah.
one.
Good. So do we have an asset for the brackets at this point? Is that something you can do? I would actually like to show the viewers that
You
someone
can
owes
just do
200 euros for Powers Turbo for this
you
win.
can just do that in the Twitch chat, and everyone can see.
All right. We already have the brackets. If people want, they could look at the Twitch chat. Powers Turbo is actually in the third round here in the semifinals. He is looking dominant, very. Yeah, no, that's not the right word. Very dominant this tournament. He already won versus Selena, and he won versus, for some reason, someone that is just named Bai on my screen. Maybe he just left.
That just means that someone didn't turn up.
I see. All right. Our next match is gonna be Harzunko versus Overblaze.
Yep.
Harzunko was a BM, am I right?
Yep.
And the person he's playing against, Overblaze, is
Nisam, the NA distro.
okay. So another Destroyer versus BM match. This is gonna be
As
a
if
little
we've
bit more.
not
Yeah.
had enough of them.
Well, I can't get tired of these. They're actually pretty interesting, honestly. I did want to see a little bit of other classes as well. Some Force Master, maybe some more Warlocks or more Assassins. Well, we do have some here. Some of them just didn't show up at the end of the day. Yeah. I think we're also gonna have something like a middle matchup in the next match, which is also gonna be interesting. Destroyer versus Destroyer seems to be the Destroyer are pretty popular.
And yet again, we're back with a prediction. So if you guys want to put in prediction, go, go, go. This one, I really have no idea who's going to win. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna put costume. No one can see how much I betted, right?
I
No,
don't
actually,
think
if
so,
I'm the
no.
only one betting, and everyone can see. So if I would have to say who I think would win this matchup, I would say Nisam. Still, Destroyer have it pretty easy this patch compared to BMs, but it is it's not unheard of that the BMs make the upset. That's the right way to
Yeah,
put it.
got the outplay potential. Got the outplay potential.
Yeah, they do. It's a little bit of games with remembering to force the destroyer to actually overlap his cooldown, so he doesn't have that persistence and gust available at the same time. So now we just need to wait for them to be ready up.
They already went into a game, so I'm telling them to get out. They went before we even like switched.
Yeah.
My guys are eager as fuck.
Yeah, they wanna fight each other, man. I understand it. By the way, the predictions right now are sitting about 93% to Nisam and 7% to Arzunko. Okay. People are feeling the Destroyer versus BM counter to be somewhat of a reality. I can kind of understand that as well, to be honest. I can tell you it felt a lot more satisfying to play BM versus Destroyer and win than to play Destroyer and win against BM. It's like,
Yeah, true. Because you probably had to work more with BM.
yeah, victory is sweeter when you actually have to work for it a little bit. So, did they
So,
go out? Did they go out already? Were you
because
looking?
they're so eager to play, I think we should spectate them as soon as they can. So,
I'm ready. They just need to
yeah, I'm
go in
just
now.
spamming. I'm spamming. Look, and then I'm mute.
So now we're waiting for Nissan and Azunko to actually start their match.
Yeah. Okay, they started the match. Good luck.
Yeah, hopefully they have their spectating enabled. Okay, good. So, second round of the tournament, the winners of the first round, Nissan, the destroyer, renowned for being one of the best destroyer in North America or Canada or somewhere in that region, very western, versus Hanzuku, the BM. A little bit less renowned, but still, it's gonna be an interesting match. Both players can start engaging now. They're try to find us. Look, he went for the cheeky Sorin Falco in the start. Was iframed by Nissan, who's looking for the damage here. Does use that Ember Storm, kind of low on focus, trying to get some of that back. Hazuko is actually 57 health before this match even starts, and Nissan does use the knockback red spin, does manage to find the Blitz. Hazuko is really holding on to his escape here. He's not looking to actually blow off this second wind very fast. That's gonna be the Fury actually used to iframe some stuff. It's gonna be the HM block coming from Hazuko here. Shoulder charge with a very good raid. Nissan has his Gust available, but he should be careful because his opponent actually knows that he doesn't have second wind. It could spell disaster for him if Hanzuko can't find the opening he's looking for. Maybe he does have his HNZ, actually hits into a deflect, which is terrible for him, obviously. Hanzuko does have his second win. If he doesn't find an opening soon, he might not have another chance like this. And he tries to use the HNZ, does manage to pull Nisam a little bit out of his Ember Storm. Scorching Strike, no Pile Driver here. It's gonna be the grab, forcing Hanzuko to use his second win. And that's gonna be a very fast Flock of Blades with the raid. Lots of damage coming through. Does manage to find the shoulder charge. Lots of damage. Is it enough to finish him? And Hanzuko wins the first match in what would be a very interesting one. By the way, I can see people that are spectating chat. I think that's actually an amazing feature. I can see S3X writing, "Oh my god, good job, heart and yes," with 3 S's. Incredible. This is intended lol, said Il. So we're down to our second round here. Hanzuko probably wants to find a very good opener here. Does not manage to find the HMZ he wanted. That's gonna be the X-Whip. Some damage coming to Hanzuko. He's gonna be dropping under 80%. It's gonna be the body kick, forcing the escape, the tech chase, the roll from Hanzuko here. Power slam into the ground, trying to do some damage with the knee. Hanzuko actually dropping to 30% health. He's still not using his top escape. HMZ not connecting, Scourging Strike as well. Iron Shoulder, Persistence actually being popped by Nissan. He changed his build just a little bit. But the Blades and the knockback red spin does manage to find some damage. 30% HP. Hanzuko might actually be forced to tab any second now. He's very, very low. His 20% health will be forced to use it. Nissan has his Gust available. The question is, will he be able to find an opportunity to use it? Another very, very nice Stone Shield iPhone with Blades coming through. And that's probably gonna be it for Hanzuko. Yep, Nissan with 100% health. It's not really that he didn't take any damage. He did heal after all with the Stone Shield and utter variants of skills that heal for Destroyer. So, who would be the one actually winning this first matchup? It's still a little bit undecisive. Could argue that Nissan going in for Fury in the first match is not the exact ideal skill. A deflect in the air followed by Ram. That's gonna be the ground counter used by Hanzuko and the Stone Shield. Lots of damage coming through. Hanzuko does not have his ground counter. It's gonna take a lot of damage with that power slam. Mighty Cleave combo. Drop to actually 25%. Actually just sunbathing inside that Mighty Cleave damage. That's not what you want to see. It's gonna be dropped very low. He's 10% HP, 20% HP after using second win. That's gonna be the HMZ forcing Nissan to use his persistence. Still has his second win. Azuko will not have his HM block here. Will be up to use that Flock of Blades to get away from that grab. This could be the end for Azuko. The body kick will force his rollout. Lightning run onto Nissan, who actually iframe with the ram and finds an incredible good stun. With that Mighty Cleave, he will be able to secure himself the first match in this best of 3. By the way, if people are writing in say, I am not always reading this. Just letting you guys know. S3X is cheering on for Anzuko, which is it's nice. You guys could already go in if you want, right? And just I will just join you the moment you get in, right? Nisam. That's really not hard to write. If you're ready, I'm ready. Okay. Alright, we're ready for a match. If Nissan can secure another win here, he will be facing off. Well, we still don't know who he will be facing off, because we still have the fourth seed here, right? As you can see, EO is basically spamming the spectate button. It is a standard procedure when you want to get in as fast as possible. So we're joined in by the into the second match after Nissan secured himself the first win. Nissan the Destroyer versus Hanzaku the BN. Both players are playing incredibly well. Hanzaku did prove to us that he could win if he finds a good enough opener. Does not manage to find it, actually already getting stunned and CC locked by Nissan here. That will be the body kick doing some damage, forcing some escapes from Nissan, who is supposed to use his HM block here. That's use the cycling kick. That's gonna be a kick followed by Flock of Blades to a combo Heavenly Dance. That's gonna be the ascent, dropping Nissan to 80% lightning rod with the flicker lightning roll. Actually gets hit by the daze from the top escape. Probably Nissan still has his persistence available for him. Does manage to iframe with the red spin. Uses that grab on the drop target. Hanzaku, I think, has his second win. I'm not entirely sure. Is that Stone Shield does find a very nice stun onto Hanzaku. I believe doesn't have his escape. He might be in trouble here. He could actually just be dying. And Nissan both use his persistence. Both players have no escape. Gas will almost be up for Nissan. This is really gonna be very key for Hanzaku to try to survive here. He is very close to his Ember Storm. Nissan is feeling comfortable. Shoulder charge, finding its mark, and actually, will he opt to do an air combo? Yes, he will. It's gonna be dropping Nissan to 50% health. He should have his gas available. The right now will drop Nissan to 30% health. Finally forced to use the gas. That's the ram. Second win coming from Hanzaku. Both of them should not have their escape up, but Persistent will be up for Nissan very shortly, who finds a very nice grab, knowing that Hanzaku doesn't have his Foka Blades. Could be devastating. Ram with the animation cancel will be enough to secure Nissan the victory here. I just want to point out one thing to anyone watching. Compared to any NCSoft stream that was previously broadcasted in the past, we take a lot less breaks, and there's almost no downtime when we actually host these tournaments. So hopefully this will keep up in the future. Nissan already dropped to 69% HP, uses Poker Blades and does manage to find an air combo. Probably looking to play this a little bit slower, trying to find that Syrian Palm. Will be forcing Nissan to use his Emberstorm and his Gust here. Hansaku knows fully well that he does not want to be inside that Emberstorm. Both damage and immunity to Nissan, not really what you want when you're fighting close range into a destroyer. Nissan will be spinning a little bit here, trying to time those skills. Persistence will be used as a reaction to the shoulder charge. Does manage to find the ram. Hanseku does have his escape, however, right now he's still holding on to this. However, that's gonna be the stone shield. Looking to force Hansaku to use his second win. Nissan is approaching this carefully. Mighty Cleave with the wall bang actually dropping Hansaku to 17% health. But this is probably not enough to finishing him off. That's gonna be Siren Falcon trying to find an opening here. 90% health. Nissan is looking very healthy for this match. Even if Hansaku does manage to find an opening, it might be a little bit too late. Hansaku is 27% health. He already used his second win now. Nissan will have his persistent up by this point, if I remember correctly. So in Falcon with the lightning draw, lots of damage onto Nissan. However, Sound Shield with the smash, catching Hansaku by surprise a little bit, and it's gonna be Nissan going on to the next tier. He's gonna be in the semifinals, facing off against Powers Turbo. That's gonna be a match that we have to see. Definitely, this is almost at the level of what you would expect finals world level, something of the sort at least. Even though this matchup goes both ways, it's a little bit more favorable for the Destroyer from my feeling, but I could be wrong about this. The next match will be NCI's versus Google, so that's supposed to be Destroyer versus Destroyer matchup, if I remember correctly. We'll have to see how this one goes. And the all-time favorite Jelly and Jaylee and Rev would be the last match of the quarterfinals. I think Eel is here. We'll have to wait a moment before we move on to the next match.
Oh, yeah, my mic was muted, sorry.
His mic was muted, so yeah, I
So,
won.
yeah.
I bet that the victor. 88% people were predicting to Nissan.
Oh my god,
That's what you would expect.
we've got another BM versus Destro matchup.
Yeah, welcome anyone who joins to the Blade Master versus Destroyer simulating tournament, where we're hosting games which are apparently mostly Blade Masters and Destroyers.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
Okay. Right.
I think it's still nice, right? But
It's really, yeah, it is. It's just the class variety. You need more.
yeah, oh, you want to make a custom class? What do you have in mind?
Wow, no. I mean, that was a thought at some point, but a custom class would be way too much work, and it would just be recycling old skills.
Man, I had an idea for a class where it's like, you know how you have BD, which is basically a BM but smaller, kind of. So make a destroyer that is a lean that it's like a summoner, but it has a dog instead of a cat.
Okay.
That's it. That's the class. I didn't think about the name yet, but you know, we could actually think
Destroyer
of
that's
this.
a Lin that actually has a dog instead of a cat.
I think we're ready to begin.
No,
The
no.
players.
Oh,
Hold
no. Capri said 1 minute BRB. So we've
I
got some
see.
time now.
Mhm.
Let me start a prediction.
Yep. if I would have to say to go on again, talk about how BM versus Destroyer matchup is more favorable to the Destroyer, people will want to choke me at this point.
It's just what we've got to deal with at the moment, unfortunately. It's still fun. It's just, when you get like the fourth match in a row with BM versus Destro, it starts to get to you a little bit.
Yeah, understandable, man. Like, I wish we could show other matches as well, but NXI versus Google is the next match. We know NXI is a BM with very fast hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Going back as well, this is a bit of a I wouldn't even say grudge match, but back when we had the Twilight's Edge tournament, uh, it was Anxi versus Google back then as well. So if anything, this sort of settles the score. I can't
yeah.
remember the results of it. I think that Google must have won because Destro was a little bit broken in that patch.
Well, for my feeling, BM is probably not the one that is best for I wouldn't say abusing, but using any type of tweaks to the GCD. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong. It's definitely have been abused before in retail. We know that.
Yep.
Um, so where did
Oh,
one of the players you said was
yep.
not
They're
here?
ready. They're ready. They can go at any time.
All right, yeah. Then
Go whenever.
tell them we can begin then.
Yep, we can go
Huh?
whenever.
I can write Google in the spectate, and I wonder if it will tell my Google Home to open.
Oh, you got
Now
Google Home.
now I understand why
Oh
Alexa
my
started
god, that
speaking.
makes so much sense.
I mean, I literally said something like I'm gonna something Google,
Oh, the match
right?
started.
Yeah. into knee. Actually, Anxia is still holding on to his escape. That's gonna be the HMZ, forcing Google to actually use his persistence. Another grab by Google here. Still not using the power slam. He always decides to use a blitz afterwards. Second will be finally. Google should not have his gospel up for somewhat of like maybe 10 seconds more. Could Anxia actually finish this off in this time? 5 points like into air combo. Lot of damage. Thundering Strike will return some focus to Anxia, who actually hits into deflect. That's gonna be the slam into Ram. That's gonna be Google actually winning the first round. This is kind of a little bit of a replay from Twilight's Edge tournament. This match, these two players have a rivalry between them, you could say. Anxia already ready to go for the second match, so let's get on it. This has been pretty solid throughout all this day, where it would be Destroyer just winning versus BN. It's like, what can you do? We're gonna just be waiting for Google to actually get out of them, get back in. Yeah. I know. How is it that you say and everyone can see it in the spectate tool? How? It's crazy, actually. How did you even do this? So, second match of the Google versus NCI. Google did secure himself the first win in this best of 3. He just needs one more and he will be going to the semifinal. Very, very nice HMZ already forcing persistent from Google. So 1 minute cooldown, not ideal for him to be in a position like this one. Good boot, good raid, forcing the gas from Google. Not what you want to see, as we know Google is probably going to be trying to play this slow already. It's a behavior we noticed before. It's does manage to find a very nice ram with the smash. Flocker blades being used by NCI. He probably thought it was going to be an instant grab. Second win used as well, Lightning Rod as well. NCI not finding the combo you wanted. This is not good for him. He has no second win. If Google does manage to find something, it could spell disaster for NCI, but for now NCI is in control of this match, doing some damage here. Gus should be available for Google. NCI will use HM block, will keep him safe for now. Ground counter. Google is actually 2% HP. The PvE damage is insane here. He's actually holding on with a sliver of health. He might just die to PvE damage at this point. We have to stay tuned. It's 8% health. The Soul and Falcon not connecting. Gust finally coming for Emberstone. Google is still in this with 12% HP. He was like almost dead. It's kind of I'm actually impressed by how Google is surviving in this matchup, even though he used some of his skills. A very, very tilted looking deflect by NCI. He's a little bit anxious. Being unable to kill his opponent through so many attempts is a little bit irritating. I'm sure he can feel the pressure right now. Does manage to find the raid on Google. Scourging Strike maybe gets a knock up. HM block just gonna be keeping him alive, and NCI probably could wait for the timer as well if you wanted. Persistence coming through, lots of damage onto NCI. Does manage to find the knockdown. No ground counter available for NCI, who was forced to use the second win. Woof! This matchup is just all over the place. So and Falcon not connecting. Ember Stomp was technically abandoned, so Google is looking to wait this out. Does manage to find a perfect Stone Shield just in the nick of time in the middle of the raid. That's gonna be the 5 point strike. Red Spin gonna make it very hard for NCI to be able to do something against this Destroyer over here. Google finally gets air combo. NCI probably looking to try to finish this off. Lightning Rod not connecting, and it's gonna be the timer. Probably the decisive part in decisive factor of this game. If I would have to say, I would say that Google is winning this. Just because, no, I'm sorry, NCI is winning this because Google probably healed something like 20k more, 30,000 more, 28,000 more health. It makes sense. Playing for timer is I don't think it's illegal. It's just this match is both characters could heal quite significant amount. So XI finally gets to win a round against Google over here, which wasn't always the case. XI will be getting caught here and forced to use his Vocal Blades as a reaction to the grab. Red spin and a lot of damage trying to find an opening here to actually stun XI, which does manage to find a very nice trade. Persistent was blown by Google. This could spell disaster if he gets caught right now. It's just a matter of really playing this carefully, because second win days with a follow-up rate could be terrible for him. He does manage to find a very nice blitz with some damage with the ramp. Mighty Cliff will keep his focus topped. Will not have a focus problem after using that and hitting that. So XI waiting the slow, trying to find a cheeky raid, hits into the deflect. That's the second win. That's not what what XI wants over here. And Ember Storm coming down from Google, who's just really walking down looking for an opening here. This could be it for XI. He just needs to do the animation cancel well, and actually it does up to actually grab. XI has his Flocker Blades, drops to 30% HP. Stone Shield with the Iron Plate there. Google is looking to probably close this out. XI not finding the Iron Shoulder he wants. Will have his second win here. Does manage to find a pretty decent flicker into Iron combo. 40% health. Google needs to end this now or he's gonna lose. He uses his persistence. Does manage to find a very nice Scourging strike into a grab. XI has nothing available for him. Just one CC is enough to actually end this. He needs to find the ramp. Does manage to find the drag. He just needs one R&B and that's all he needs to do. Okay, so it's 1-1. If Google actually wins this round, he will be going to the semi-final. And he's going to be facing off whoever wins against Jelly and Red. It's going to be a very nice Sorin Falcon already forcing the position from Google. XI looking very dominant early on in this match. Actually, that's going to be the red spin followed by a surprise ram onto XI, who cannot roll the CC overlapping is actually pretty good from Google. He did this well, forced the Flock of Blades from XI. Walking to the wall a little bit. That's a very good boot. Actually might force Google to actually use his Gus. He's actually holding on to it. I'm pretty sure he still has it available, 9% health. He could lose here if he doesn't use it. And actually, XI with what would seem like an incredible upset actually wins this game. Okay, we're tied. It's one match to one match. XI really proven himself, being adaptive to how the Destroyer is playing, and well, I can only say that Google was a little bit trigger happy with the escapes. Now we're just gonna have to wait for the next match to start, and we'll be able to see which one of them secures himself a place in the semifinals. Yep. Alright, let's go. These matches are relentless. Already, big blitz onto XI, dropping him to 60% health. Mighty Clip forcing the Flock of Blades for some reason, before he even grabbed him. Power slam into the ground. Finally, we see him use one of the most incredible tools for destroyers. Okay, that's gonna be the HMZ from XI, forcing persistence from Google, who cannot spin his. Okay, that's gonna be the stone shield into grab. XI should not have his escape available. Playing it smart, playing it slow. Google not finding the tech chase he probably wanted, 34% HP. XI actually moving forward. Does not like this playstyle. You can see how Google is a little bit in control here. However, his Ember Stop was put down. XI keeping the distance. He does not want to be in Google's say, favorite zone. Does manage to find some damage with the Lunar Strike. HM block coming through from XCI, just waiting out these cooldowns. Both of these players are kind of opening in distance and closing distance. That's gonna be the drag actually connecting with the leg sweep. The X sweep actually persistence coming through. XCI walking away from that. He does not want any of this. Does manage to tries to actually find an opening here. Manages to find the HMC. That's a lot of damage onto Google here. It might be enough to finish him off. And wow, XCI with such a impeccable timing on that red spin, just finds that window of opportunity to just pull out Google out of that red spin and just kill him. If XCI can find another round, he will be the first one to actually be winning against a destroyer in this matchup. Would be interesting. The HMZ not quite connected. That's not what XCI wants to see. Emberstorm coming through from Google, who manages to find a very, very nice ram. The question is now, how will he follow up on this? He actually holds on to his CC, to his escape. XCI taking some pretty decent damage. Not enough to actually force his second win here. That's gonna be the stone shield with the iron plating, just making sure that no damage is dropping on him. Flock of Raids was used and Gust as well. And XCI has his second win. Does not use it right now, probably saves it for an opening he could guarantee. Actually, no get up animation will get him out of this time, and does manage to find the 5-point strike into the raid, forcing the persistence from Google. 60% health. He's actually still pretty healthy. Both of these players are actually. Emberstorm with the mighty cleave, just leaving away those zones. He does not want any of that. XCI, of course. A bit not what he wants. Does manage to find the ram. XCI still has his second win. Does not use it actually. That's gonna be an incredibly good HMC. However, the grab from Google is there. He decides to power slam. It's gonna be the ground block. Google decides to actually open the distance a little bit, knowing full well that he doesn't have persistence or gust. It's not where he wants to be actually. XCI knows this. It's just well, he needs to actually find an opening here. Google with stone plating, just gonna keep himself topped here. The Emberstorm is gonna keep Google safe from any CC coming from XCI. He's trying to find that drag. But that's not happening. XCI knows that if he waits out this 1 minute on the clock, it's gonna be probably his game. Persistence coming out of Google, kind of as a way of saying he's a little bit desperate. He does not want to wait for the timer to be the deciding factor. And XCI is 29% HP, managed to find the Iron Rod, the Lightning Rod, forces the Gust and the Persistence from Google, and that's probably gonna be it. He's gonna be able to finishing game off with the HMZ and those red spins. So, wow. It's gonna be XCI, the first BM to prove that BMs could
What
win
an upset.
against the team. Yeah,
Blimey.
I'm sure the people who bet on Google are a little bit upset themselves. I I had to make this joke, man. So very nice match by XCI. He really proved to us that it is possible. The dream is not dead. This matchup is not recycled, could say,
Yeah.
kind of. So XCI is going to be going to the semifinal. He's going to be facing it off against whoever is going to be winning, Jaylee or Rav.
And now, yeah, Jaylee versus Rav. Let's get this going.
Well, are you saying anything, Yil?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, I didn't know if my mic was still muted.
All right. So we know Jaylee is summoner. Do you happen to know what Rav's class is?
I do. He's a Sin player, and I don't think I need to tell anyone because he'll tell everyone that he only plays Shadow Sin.
How would you say this matchup goes?
I would say the summoner is heavily favored in this matchup, especially because he's playing Shadow Spec. I
Mm.
I would be incredibly surprised if he managed to win. Um,
Wow. Okay, that's saying a lot.
that's a very I know that's a very harsh criticism. Well, not criticism, but prediction.
Yeah,
But he's playing a sort of handicap spec
I can tell
against
you
a summoner player.
from what I remember, the only times that I actually got to the point where I was winning versus summoners back in the days was to play builds that were very PvE heavy. So blue buff, grenade, choke bomb or poison breath. Poison breath reset. I don't even know if we have this in this patch with the blue buff.
Yeah,
Stuff where you're basically making sure the cat dies or the summoner dies or both of them dies. It's just the best tools you can actually have against the
yeah,
summoners. They're like, well, we already said the KFMs should be preparing these PvE skills as well. When it comes to other classes versus summoner, if Jaylee actually wins versus Yui over here, right, he will be facing off against a BM. This matchup is also not very favorable for the BM. It's gonna be tough. I can already say that Jaylee is a very good summoner, so playing against Anxia is going to be challenging. This could be a little bit of a rivalry since both of these players are from Russia, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yep. Wait, what? This current match?
Well, not this current match, the match
Oh
I'm
no,
thinking.
you mean
If
Anxiai versus?
yeah, well, I'm like you said, based
Yeah,
on your
Anxiai
prediction,
and
well,
Jaylee are both Russian. Yeah.
mhm.
The actual
So
only person, if Jaylee wins this match, the only person that won't be Russian in the semi-finals is going to be Nisam, who is from NA.
okay, I think both of them are in chat.
Right, cool. Um,
I wrote to them that they can start.
oh,
I
yep,
hope you
I'll
make it
switch
in
to it now.
time.
Okay.
Well,
No, it
now it's
doesn't
up to
seem to
them
be
to
going.
start. Yeah. I'm pressing the spectate button as fast as possible.
Same. Oh, okay, so you said alright, good luck. So I'm assuming that means they got a match. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, finally. So, Assassin versus Summoner, the who stealths better match, where Doom and Bloom is an incredible tool to unstealth the assassin that the Summoner has. The cat is actually dressed up as a bear or another cat. I don't actually understand what is this outfit. It's interesting. Um, So, Yui the Assassin versus Jaylee the Summoner. The winner will go to the semifinals to face off against Anxi. Already a very nice air combo, lots of damage coming onto Yui over here. That's going to be the cat pounds. Now we already know that Jaylee is using Earth build actually. Lots of damage on Yui here. Trying to look for an opening. Actually uses the cat as a way to get into stealth again. That's gonna be the time bomb into high wire, poison breath, lots of damage. The cat does actually trigger the decoy over here, and Yui is trying to put up a fight, but still Jaylee is 100% HP with the cat here, with the tool friend, with all these tools that keep the summoner very healthy. Webbing and cat pounds together, just both players hanging out in their own CC world. Gonna be the LPV dealing a lot of damage. I think maybe Yui is might be using the decoy that actually snares or not snares, rather stuns when it gets triggered. It's a little bit different. It has a smaller window. Jaylee does manage to unstealth Yui over here. That's gonna be the Lotus of Escape expanded. Does manage to find a pretty decent webbing. It could help him just survive a little bit. Putting Yui to sleep. That's gonna be enough to finish him off. Jaylee wins the first round of this best of 3. That's what you would expect. Still, Shadow Assassin, maybe it was a better idea to actually opt to go for the other one, the Lightning Assassin. The I would personally would want to actually see Lightning versus Summoner if I have to. Yeah. So, decent stealth opener from Yui over here. Does open the distance a little bit. Still unsure what he wants to do. Actually uses the terminal leaf to actually get the stealth on top of the cat. Completely plausible. Not something that is so unorthodox. Try to use the landmine to find a knockdown. Not quite what he wants. He doesn't really have an answer to Jaylee's onslaught of flowers over here. Does manage to find the Lotus Kick. That's gonna be the air combo. High altitude webbing coming through. Once again, put to sleep. Yui still taking damage. Does manage to find the decoy, but his 3% HP, 1% HP is just gonna be dying here. The Entangle will be able to just finish him off. So, first match goes to Jaylee. I personally actually feel like, you know, you guys could probably go on again if Eel gives you the green light. Yeah? Eel?
Yeah, they can
Both
go.
of the players. Okay. Let us get into the second match over here. Still can't wait to actually see how Yui maybe pulls an upset here. It is very, very discouraging to play versus an assassin against a summoner as an assassin if you do not have the appropriate tools and the summoner is good. A time bomb is gonna be ticking on Jaylee, will knock her down, but she's fine. The cat is being a nuisance. Yui forced to try to deal with the cat, does manage to find the weapon. There is the possibility of putting the cat to sleep, but I cannot remember if someone else have the tools to actually do that. Yui is dropped very low, 34% HP, tries to use the deco, will get entangled, will break his guard, break him. He's gonna be dropping to 60% here. Just a matter of waiting out the onslaught of the cat. The cat does manage to find the follow-up, and that's gonna be the stealth being forced by the summoner here. Could be dying over here, does manage to find the empowered decoy, but it's just a matter of time, I think. 10% health, Doom and Bloom will not be able to stealth for quite a while, and that's gonna be the win for Jaylee and the summoner. Well, it's like you would expect. Summoners have a lot of tools to deal with assassin, and well, especially nerfed assassin is a little bit weaker, but can't say that that's the only reason that this matchup is so unfavorable. Yui already taking damage, dropped into 80% HP, not looking great for him from the beginning even. He just needs to find an answer, really. He just needs to find a way to actually play around this. CC is not your friend, Yui. You need PvE tools, you need grenade, you need lightning rod. Stun both the cat and the summoner. AoEs, big damages. He does manage to find a nice lightning rod on Jaylee, but the cat was not stung as it was in Crouching Tiger stance. Now Jaylee will use her escape eventually. Yui is in trouble. Doom and Bloom will unstealth Yui, who's 8% health. It's not looking good. We'll hit into the dandelion and we'll eventually lose here. It's gonna be Jaylee going into a semi-final and we'll be facing off against NXI. Hold that
Whoa.
one moment. Yeah, that was actually incredibly fast. 1 second.
Well, with all due respect, that ended the way I thought it might. Playing Shadow against a summoner is basically suicide. A good summoner at that. So, I respect the decision to go Shadow, but it didn't work out too well in the end,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
I think before we go on to start the semi-final matches, I think it would be appropriate to take a 5-minute break over here.
Yeah,
We'll get
sure.
back. So stay tuned. The next semi-final matches will include Power Turbo versus Nissan, a very, very high-rated match. KFM versus Destroyer, both renowned from their respected regions, and NXI WM versus Daily, the Summoner, who's been proven to be incredibly powerful in this tournament. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. 5 minutes, and we will be back. Hello, I'm muted, yes? Yeah, I'm saying this is taking longer than I expected. I thought you wanted the whole tournament to be best of ones, but best of threes, man.
What a day.
Wow. Well, that's turning a 16-man tournament into a longer tournament. No, I'm just tired because, you know, we said 5 minutes, we're gonna make it 5 minutes. Just like, does this mean that the semifinals have to be best of three? We'll just learn from this for next time. It's not a problem. Oh yeah, that would definitely be good. But in general, you know, if you were to say that, I mean,
There we go. Promised land. Let me record. Shh. Are you even gonna get it?
What a day.
Turbo and
We're back on.
Misa.
Hello,
Hello,
we're back.
welcome back to the semifinals. The matches that we're gonna be seeing now are gonna be Powers Turbo versus Nissan, KFM versus Destroyer, KFM from Russia and Destroyer from Nissan from Canada, right? If I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. Both of them from like two very different regions facing off to try to get a place, to secure a place in the finals. And on the other side, we'll be having NXI BM, who've proved that BMs can win versus Destroyers. It's important for him to make a statement here in this tournament, and he will be facing off against Jaylee, who have already been proven to be very, very consistent. I don't think she lost a single round so far, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're
And
right.
yeah, we will try to get into our first match right now. So Powers Turbo versus Nissan.
Let me start a prediction real quick, and then we can.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Don't forget to predict and follow us on our Twitter channel if you want to get update on the brackets. There's a link in the chat that will be posted soon. What else could I say? Yeah, that's about it. So Destroyer versus KFM. Me and Nick, we go ways back on this matchup ever since I can remember playing Arena almost. Pretty much, it was, most matches were very favorable for Destroyer, or at least favorable in general. This one, it can go both ways. If
Yeah.
the KFM plays it well, if he punishes ground counters used willy-nilly, there's a lot of ways that this could work in his favor. Just a moment. I think I need to move my cat, so
Oh
that
shit! I asked
shouldn't be
them
a
to start
problem.
whenever, but
That's fine. It's
they're
fine.
not in a game
I'm
yet.
here. You see, maybe in real life I'm a summoner because I have a cat.
Okay, they got a game. Wait 1 second.
Yeah, good. I'm here. I'm ready. Good. So, like we said, Powers Turbo versus Nissan, the Canadian Destroyer versus the Russian KFM. This is a world level match over here. Both players are incredibly talented and will be facing off to try to get to the finals of this community matchup. Expect a decent match. Opener from Powers Turbo was the first. Actually hits into the counter already and gets done. Powers Turbo not using his second win just yet. It's gonna be the Stone Shield to grab, forcing the Permafrost over here, the Emit Force, I'm sorry. And it's gonna be a nice smite onto Nissan Powers Turbo. Probably just playing this careful. Knock back Red Spin actually can't quite use his gap closers just yet. Nissan was hit by the triple kick therefore his approaching skills were a bit block. Does manage to find a very nice knee. Hits into counter. That's going to be the Iron Shoulder Comet. Very nice tech chase. Powers Turbo is taking a lot of damage. Will be forced to use his second win eventually. And now that he has Max G, could look to punish this. Does manage to find the Tremor. Oh, Nissan with the straight off the back grab into Stone Shield. Will win this very, very decisively. So, first round going to Nissan. He's looking dominant so far. Powers Turbo will probably be looking for redemption this next match. Both of the players are ready now. That's going to be another mid force to try to actually find a nice opener. We'll be able to find a good knockdown. Actually, Powers Turbo using the ground counter into the QE will be able to iframe for a little bit longer. Nissan actually abandoning his Ember Stomp, going back to it, knowing full well that he's a lot safer in that. Trying to find a flurry, Power Stone, not quite finding it. Will find a very nice smite. Will be leaving a Searing Palm debuff onto Nissan. It could knock him down anytime soon. No ground counter actually. That's the ground counter. Counter from Power Turbo will be forcing Nissan to use his persistent and mid force. Just playing this a little bit slow from Power Stubo. He wants to find an opportunity where his opponent does not have his cooldowns up. Power Turbo might be in trouble. We'll be using that mid force to get out of the grab. The Stone Shield follow-up is great. Second win will be forced from Power Turbo. It could be dangerous. We'll be able to find the smite. Nisam has his Gust available. Power Turbo needs to be careful. If he gets dazed by this, it could spell disaster for him. Not quite finding any opportunities just yet. Trying to use the Hellfire Kick, not quite what he wanted. Did not connect. He does have the tools in his kit to be able to extend this a bit longer. Flying Slime actually into a very, very fast Comet Strike. Most people would probably not even notice that he used it. It was so fast, the animation cancel. So, Falling Star, no Falling Star, 50% health. Nissan forced to use his Gust. Power Turbo should have his second win by now. Perfectly timed counter by Power Turbo will be immune to most of the CC coming through. Persistent from Nissan. Actually, Power Turbo is looking super dominant here. 100% health, nearly 100% health. That's gonna be Nissan in his storm. Just looking to survive this. Flurry with iframe. Nissan is 10% health. He is probably almost focusless because Power Turbo is not giving him an edge. Blitz finally connecting onto Power Turbo, but still very hungry and focused. Nissan will eventually go down. It's a one for one. It is even. Power Turbo is actually equalizing this matchup versus Nissan. So now that we know that Power Turbo is actually adapted into this match, I believe it's going to be slightly easier for him to actually be unleashed. That's going to be the red spin from Nissan. Actually, that was the knockback red spin. Power Turbo not looking to actually fight Nissan inside his Ember Storm. Just waiting it out. Using Avenging Fist. Good iframe. Good on him. Does manage to find the Hellfire Kick, forcing Nissan into to use his persistent. Power Turbo not finding that mid force. It's not great to get power slammed by a destroyer. Does manage to find the Iron Shoulder. Nisam has his Gust available. Tries to does manage to get the ground counter actually. That was perfectly timed. Usually KFMs would want to actually not hit into ground counter or do and then use counter themselves. That's gonna be the mid force from the grab. Nisam will be healing with that Stone Shield, has Iron Plating spec into it. We'll find a nice red spin. Flying Slime does manage to find its mark and does manage to find the tech chase. Nissan will have his persistent up in any moment now. And that was the smite, not really landing quite as Power Turbo wanted. And does manage to gap close, trying to find a cheeky leg sweep. Will hit into the Stone Shield. Does manage to not really trying, not using the days flurry, using the iPhone was pretty decent just to be able to find a nice triple kick afterwards. Power Turbo might be dropping very low here. Is 30% health? It's not great for a Mighty Clip coming through. Nissan will not have any focus problem after using that. He will have his persistent up as well. Use that knockback red spin. Power Turbo actually trying to gap close over here, but not quite finding it as the Ember Stomp is coming through. Nissan is pretty safe, but does manage to find a nice Flying Slam. That's a ground counter with a lot of damage. Persistent just being popped by Nissan over here, which is looking to try to kill Power Turbo, who actually finds a very nice Hellfire Kick. Will be able to finish him off. 1% health. That's it. I'm amazed. Power Turbo with an incredible upset after the first round. It seemed very, very, very in favor of Nissan. Okay, so Power Turbo needs to win one more match to be able to pull up to the finals, or he might be facing off against NCI or Jaylee. We're just gonna have to see. Both players should be ready now. All right. So, second match. second game of this match. Powers Turbo, the KFM versus Nissan, the Destroyer. Powers Turbo with a pretty decisive second round, third round in the first game. They are kind of equally matched, I would say. It's just that Powers Turbo has adapted into to Nissan's playstyle. I feel they're he's playing a lot more organized, I would say, much more patiently, not hitting any deflects almost at all, from what I can see. Very nice knockdown, already forcing the second win, the gust from Nissan. Now he needs to go for the persistence. If he manages to find that, it would be perfect. Powers Turbo with the flying slam. Ram actually connecting, but not really stunning Nissan in this case. Ram was used as an iframe. It's excellent. Nice max agility. Powers Turbo will be able to evade stuff. That's the triple kick. So good into the stone shield, forcing that to be broken. Actually, still knowing full well that Nissan has his persistent. Powers Turbo is just looking to play the safe. Not looking to do anything too crazy. Ram finally into the forcing Powers Turbo to use his second win, and Nissan will have both his escape up by now. Powers Turbo should know this and should be trying to play this carefully. It's gonna be the red spin by Nissan with a surprise Ram, actually forcing. Well, will be able to stun Powers Turbo, who has no mid frost here, which is really not where you want to be. Trying to get up, does manage to find the ground counter just to be able to get out of that CC. Will be using the mid frost with Power Slam. Will be popped by Nissan, who uses persistence. He is looking for an opening here. The persistence is gonna go away now, and well, Nissan still has his gust. We're just like very, very equally matched. This round is looking like both players are playing very well. That was the Sirin Palm, just just knocking down Nissan a little bit. Who will be forced to use his gust eventually. Powers Turbo will be using that mid force red spin coming through. There is an Ember Stomp there. I know you can't see it, but trust me, it should be there. He does manage to find the tremor. I might be wrong about this, because he does manage to find the tremor. However, when you're knocked up, you don't really benefit from Ember Stomp. If you score it, you can actually get a tremor in the Ember Stomp when you use a knockup. It's an interesting mechanic, really. So, Nissan will have his persistent up probably for one more time. Does manage to find a very nice grab onto Powers Turbo here. Does manage to find the knee. Mid-Frost will keep Powers Turbo away from trouble. Powers Turbo could really just play this very, very chill, because all he needs to do is wait for the timer. Most of the time, the timer is not favorable for the Destroyers, as they do have their stone shields to heal themselves. It's gonna be probably coming down to the timer. Yes. So, who is it gonna be? Powers Turbo win the first round on Nissan. These two powerhouses of players are incredibly equally matched. It's like you're watching a mirror matchup of two separate classes. Powers Turbo is gonna be taking the first round, and the pressure, you can feel the pressure is on Nissan. If he loses this, he's eliminated from the tournament, and Powers Turbo will be pushing to the finals against either NCI or Jaylee. Will Nissan be able to actually find the opportunity he wants, the openers? He already felt this. He's in not such a great spot. The smite and their combos are good. Decent damage onto Nissan. He's 70% health. We'll be using the leg sweep. That's gonna be the Ember Storm, trying to find the X sweep. Nissan not quite there. I feel like he might have actually changed his spin a little bit. He's not using deflect spin right now. Maybe trying to change his strategy just a little bit. That's a very, very desperate persistent trying to do something, as it seems like he might. Okay, that's both of his escape. Nissan is in a very vulnerable position. I think Powers Turbo noticed now that Nissan is using a spin that is not deflect. This could be the end for Nissan here. Is this gonna be it? Not sure just yet. One of the good things about this spin that Nissan is using, he does not proc max agility as much anymore. On the Emberstorm, he does manage to get a knock-up with the HMZ. Will be able to relaunch Nisam into the air. 30% HP, 6% health, Comet, and that's gonna be the Hellfire kick to finishing him off, and it's gonna be Nisam, Powers Turbo actually pushing to the finals. Wow. Impressive. Man, after the first hour, I was not even sure, man, who would win this.
What a game. My God.
Yeah.
I did not expect that. I thought it was going to be. Genuinely, I thought it might have been Nisam to win that. But
Yeah, no, after the first round, I was like, yeah, Nisam all the way.
I think, if anything, that just goes to show you how good Powers Turbo is at KFM. Personally, I don't know how the Destro KFM matchup goes down. I don't know who's in favor.
It's a little bit more in favor for the Destroyer, but generally, it's not really a counter.
Oh, cool.
So Anxiai versus Jaylee. BM versus Summoner. There is no way this match is gonna take a long time. There's no way. It's just gonna be like like a brawl fest for sure. Both of these players
One
are
person,
very aggressive.
it's gotta be quick. This one's gotta be quick.
So we will be going up to face Power Turbo in the finals. Will it be NCI, the BM, who already proved to us that Destroyers could lose to BM, okay, making a statement in this tournament, or Jaylee, who already won versus Rav, the Assassin, and someone from the first match I can't recall. Yes, she won. Because we don't have really the names. This is not fair. I can't
It's
read
fine. It's
over.
fine.
Breaking the fourth wall
Okay.
right there.
They're gonna go whenever, so just spam
Yeah.
spectate.
Yeah. All right. Good. So, Jaylee versus Anxiai. We're waiting on you guys. You guys can start whenever you're ready. Go. Oh. This tournament is more
Family
exciting
final
than I
if
expected.
Jaylee wins.
If it's gonna come down to KFM versus Summoner or this, there's no more destroyers, by the way. This is something I should mention because
If we've exhausted the destroyer population.
yeah. Hi, I'm also a destroyer man. So this is gonna be the first matchup: Jaylee the Summoner versus the NCI, the BM, in a best of three. Best of three, not the best of three. That's gonna be an instant HMC used by NCI, forcing the escape from Jaylee already, which uses the enhanced dandelion over here. Well, that's gonna be the Flocker Blades. A lot of PvE damage. It's gonna be
Jeez.
enough. That's gonna be Jaylee dropping to 8%
Almost.
HP. Still alive. Can she make an upset here though? Jaylee will be NCI will be forced to use his second win. He doesn't have the Flocker Blades. He used it to defend himself. No raid. Actually trying with the red spin. That was enough. The
PvE finisher.
damage. What was the skill name again? I forgot.
The Dragon Tongue.
Dragon Tongue. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Dragon Tongue was strong enough to actually beat Jaylee. Jaylee knows now that if she gets hit with the HMZ, it's gonna spell disaster. XA is really playing this well around the PvE skills. He knows the vulnerability of summoners. Maybe a little bit better than some of our other contenders who played versus Jaylee. You know what's the sad part? I actually said I didn't remember who fought Jaylee in the first match, and it was Nick. That's it's interesting. NCI using kick. That's gonna be the second win blown by Jaylee. NCI knows that if he gets a good opportunity here, this could be at the end of the summoner. However, she is doing a lot of PvE damage, forcing the second win from the BM. Cyclone Strike has to be able to iframe. Thundering Strike on the ground, no focus problem for NCI. Will be able to find the kick. However, with the flash step and some of the gap closer, NXI is struggling to find an opening here. Does manage to find the Heavenly Dance with the dive bomb. No knockdown on the cat yet, trying to kill Jaylee with those Dragon Tongues, but not quite enough. Jaylee is very healthy compared to NXI, who just got entangled, won't be able to use that block. That's going to be the grab. Flock of Blades coming through to actually keep him alive. Will be kind of immune to most projectiles, however, not everything. Second win used by NXI here. He won't have any more defensive tools. The HMZ was iframe with the Petal Stone, and Jaylee will be able to equalize this match. Whew, I knew it would be a lot faster, yeah? But I didn't think that much faster. So, Petal Storm already thrown down, trying to find the 5-point strike air combo, not quite there. Actually triggering the Dandelion over here. NXI with the HMZ, iframe by Jaylee, not what you want to see. NXI actually used his Focal Blades preemptively. If he gets grabbed, it's still could spell disaster. Actually, the cat is at 20% health. He almost killed the cat just trying to kill Jaylee. That's going to be the entanglement. Can't really do much damage to the BM when the Flock of Blades is happening. It's just how it is. NXI does manage to find a decent lane. Will try to actually iframe that Ali, but still gets the vulnerability debuff. The cat is dead. This could be the end for Jaylee. If she will have to manage without her cat. It's a pretty terrible position for a summoner to be in. Most summoners try to just open a distance and try to go for something like raising the cat, but no, Jaylee actually just wants to focus on trying to do damage. It's not the ideal position. Jaylee will have to actually try to win this without that. Does manage to iframe the Searing Falcon, but the damage is big from NXI. And knowing that Jaylee has no cat, he feels confident enough to just PV her down. It's gonna be NXI winning the first match in this best of 3. NXI is a 1 match away from fighting versus Powers Turbo in the finals. Just a quick mention here, the players that are still not out of contention are all from Russia. So this tournament became a Russian-only tournament. I mean, it's kind of cool. Just so happened, maybe there's a lot of talent coming from that country. So now we're just gonna have to wait for NXI and Jaylee to get into the next match. Like I said, NXI is 1 match away from facing off against Powers Turbo, the KFM. Oh, and they're off. Okay, the opener again with a Petal Storm, trying to find a sneaky raid, just trying to get the stun, not quite landing there, not yet. Also, then poking the Dandelions, not what you want to see. NXI, lots of cooldown actually extended here, but not quite enough to actually find what he didn't really find what he wanted. It takes a lot of damage. It's gonna be like drop to NXI drop to 45% health, 40% health actually. Jaylee playing this really well, but now the Dragon Tongue is coming from NXI doing a lot of work. Soren Funkel finally coming through from NXI, who's still actually holding on, but I think this might be it for him. He's 7% health. Does manage to find the iframe shoulder charge. Will survive for a little bit longer, but it's gonna be Jaylee taking the first round in the second game. So you can feel that she's maybe learning how this matchup goes versus NXI. Just learning to profile this BM a little bit better. Quick knock up onto NXI, onto Jaylee. Does manage to find a raid. Incredible crit with that lightning drone onto Jaylee, dropping her to 50% health, but True Friend will heal her quite a bit. Does manage to find the Soaring Falcon, but the air combo will actually expand those 2 CCs, and NXI won't get much from that. And NXI did use his second win already. It could be dangerous for him. The Entangle is there. Doom and Bloom will add a lot of damage onto Anxiai, who might be a little bit in trouble. We'll use the Shoulder Charge and the Cyclone Strike with the HM Block just to try to stay alive. The final grab is here, and this could be Jaylee taking the second match. No, not just yet. Heavenly Dance coming from Jaylee, who has the Doom and Bloom effect on him. He's gonna die eventually. He's 1% health, and it's gonna be Jaylee actually equalizing this. Wow. All right. We have just been informed that the finals is gonna be a best of one, or I'm gonna have to ask you.
No. Finals still going to be best of three, but the match to decide third and fourth place is going to be a best of one.
Oh, you want to do? Okay, I get what you're saying.
Because
All
I
right.
completely forgot about that. All right, they started a game
Yeah,
again, by the way.
yeah. We're very organized. LEC production, by the way. So, second match of Jaylee and Anxiai. The winner of this match will go on to go into the finals against Powers Turbo. Plucker Blades used by Anxiai already is actually kind of low already, 60% health. Without Jaylee actually using the major cooldown. However, using Plucker Blades, the resist that comes from Jaylee's LMBs actually heal Anxiai for quite a bit of health. He's like still very, very healthy in this matchup. And true frame, the iframe is there, kind of stacked together. Metal Patch just disabling Anxiai's block. He won't be able to use that for a bit. However, he's still in it to win it. Petalstone will keep Jaylee safe from the HMZ. However, it just expired and perfectly timed by Anxiai as well to actually punish this. Sundering Strike on the ground. Lots of damage from Jaylee onto Anxiai. He's dropped to 10% health. Will she be able to finish him off? And yes, she will. It's gonna be first round. You can feel the pressure on Anxiai because if he loses this match, it's gonna be going for third and fourth place match, which is gonna be best of one. I'm just saying because we don't want to forget that. Okay. So will Jaylee be able to actually win this? Petalstone will keep her safe from the Soaring Falcon. Shoulder charge used a little bit preemptively. HM block does manage to find the days. However, he used his second win. He won't have that now. Ali will put Anxiai in a position where he can't block for the time being. Falcon Blaze will keep him alive from that pounce. And now Anxiai is in a pretty scary position. However, he's spamming those Dragon Tongues, doing a lot of damage onto Jaylee, who is still there. She's still alive, but can she actually manage to finish Anxiai before he has his second win up once more? Just the opportunity for this could arise at any moment. You can feel Anxiai is trying to find an opening to actually get a CC down. Uses Heavenly Dance on the cat. Entanglement coming through. Lots of damage onto Anxiai. However, he has his HM block back here. No problem there. It's gonna be the HMZ. However, the cat is gonna be there to intervene. Not just gonna let him let the BM kill the summoner. And she failed the tech chase. If she got the hammer down, that could have been disastrous for Anxiai. However, her second win should be available here with the shoulder charge. Is gonna be able to heal a little bit. She used the switch, and now both of the players are a little bit farther away from each other. Jaylee knows she needs to capitalize on this. Does manage to get the grab, but the Flock of Blades protecting Anxiai for enough time. Anxiai forced to use his second win again. Jaylee is very, very healthy, but everyone knows that BM just needs one good CC to be able to maybe finish this off. 20% health, that's going to be the HM block. XCI looking desperate. Finally, the pounds coming through, and that's gonna be Jaylee going to the semifinal face off against Powers Turbo in the best of 3. But first, we're
Very
gonna have.
varied match. Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Do we stream the third and fourth place? The best of 1?
um, let's have a look. I guess we can because it's only a best of 1. It'll be quite quick.
So best of 1 of Anxia versus Nisam. Is Nisam here?
Yeah, I'm sure we can get new salmon.
I
Another
hope so.
another Destro versus BM match.
What the fuck? Really? Oh, I should get fined. I said the F word. Wait, do you have a subscribe button? Cool.
Yeah. I farmed for that like the first week that we got this Twitch channel.
Nice.
Oh, Nissan was in a spa, so we're waiting for him.
Versus another BM, so
I'll just update the thing to say the final match because this will be quick. Hopefully.
what? Say it again, I'm sorry? Hello?
I'm gonna update the text to say for the finals rather than this match that we're about to
Mhm,
spectate.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna be seeing the third and fourth place seat in this tournament.
mhm.
This is gonna be the next one. It's been we've been in this tournament since what would be 1.5 GMT plus 1. Which has been
1:30
3.5.
p.m.
Yeah, it's been 3.5 hours, I believe.
Yeah, judging by stream time, 3 hours 42 minutes. Okay, right, we're spectating now.
In game now with Anxia. Okay, good. All right. All right. So for the third and fourth place, it's gonna be Anxia versus Nisam. Destroyer versus BM match. A never before seen class versus class matchup. Definitely not recycled. So I wonder how serious these two players will be. I remember there was a time where it was Tenna versus Mr. B, and they just both use off specs. I don't think this is the case. These both two players are very very competitive, I would say. So we can expect them to actually go full try hard over here. Nothing less than that. Nisam is actually hugging the wall over here. The iron shoulder is there. The shoulder charge is there. Lots of damage onto Nisam, who is using persistence force. After all, damage is big for NCI. This is the wall bang with the red spin over here. That's a bit of damage. NCI does have his second win, but holds on to that. The Rem follow-up is just a little bit mistimed by Nissan, so no CC extension by him. Ember Stomp is still there. It's kind of hard to see, but it still exists. That's going to be the HMZ coming through. Nissan taking some damage. Actually, gonna use the Cyclone Strike. Will not have any escapes available. Could Anxia actually finish him off? All comes down to this. It's gonna be the Flicker with the Sundering Strike. First round going to Anxia. Anxia is 1 win away from taking third place. Still a very respectable position in this tournament. All comes down to this. sure that Nissan does not feel good with the result he's having right now. He wants to be able to at least take home the third place position, first place. Yeah, I don't know what he would be taking home, if it would be an outfit or anything, but still something. Uses smash, uses drag, lots of damage on NXI, doesn't use grab actually. Stone Shield will be using grab, power slam into knee, actually getting NCI into 38% health. Pretty decent. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of PvE damage actually on Nisam over here. 39% health. Their health is practically equalized right now. Decent knockdown. Will actually avoid the persistence. Does not hit into the deflect. Is playing it very, very well. NXI here just need to find probably what would be a good air combo and some damage. And Nisam is already out of contentions here. Not quite connecting. Does manage to find the CC. That's a perfect knee. He knows that NXI has his second win. He has some time now. Drag, after all, was used. NXI forced to use his second win. Both of these players have their escape, except no, actually, NXI does not have his escape, but Gus is still available for Nisam. It's actually kind of weird for me to see Nisam trying to actually extend the distance between them. Does manage to find the flicker. That's going to be the Gust being used. Big Stone Shield from Nisam here could be able to finish this match off and this round, and they're gonna be equalized. If Nisam wins this next round, he will be third place. If Angxia wins this, ditto. So I guess the pressure is on both these players. No one wants to go home as a loser. Actually, Storm, Falco, and Drag being used by both of these players. I believe Gus was used by Nissan. Actually, with a very nice Iron Shoulder, with the flicker, with the boots, gets the damage full. I don't think Nissan actually even got a chance to actually tab around all this damage. And Nissan just loses. This match is going to be in favor of XA, who takes home third place.
Wow, that was a how.
Yeah, it's almost like Nissan actually deceived at the end. I don't know.
No, I think he tabbed at some point, but I'm not watching as
Yeah,
much.
quite. It's possible. Yep.
Right. So now we'll finally
So
get on to our last game,
the main
which
event.
is Powers Turbo versus Jaylee, which is a
Yeah.
incredibly, you know, supposedly KFM favored matchup. Well, not even supposedly. It's for a long time been a KFM favored matchup. So let's see
The
how this.
question is, will we get to see Power Turbo actually using some PvE skills? Will we see like PvE still in Power? I'm just curious. I wonder.
Yeah.
It's not unheard
Um,
of.
I'll set
So
a prediction first because this is the last one. I completely forgot to do it the other time. Powers Turbo and Jaylee. So I'll just say start whenever.
yeah, you can start. Just let us know when you guys are in, and we'll spectate you.
Okay, they said in
Okay,
game.
good. Yeah. So we're here in the finals of the private server BNSPvP Alpha Tournament. Jaylee the Summoner versus Paus Turbo for the best current standing PvP player of the tournament. Both contenders are from Russia. KFM versus Summoner. We only got to see this once this tournament, and it was Nick versus Jaylee. Paus Turbo already with the max agility. Jaylee using those bees actually this time. It seems more appropriate. He does manage to find a very nice Iron Shoulder on here. Jaylee and the cat. The cat is 30% health. Finds the timer on both of them. Lots of damage onto Jaylee with the comments like cat in a pouncing tiger position. Follow up is good. Does manage to find the triple kick. Playing it very, very well. Sirin Palm avoiding all the damage. Smite, pretty much a very, very decisive win by Paus Turbo in the first round. Not something we haven't seen before. Could mean that Jaylee is just gonna adapt. She needs to play this a little bit differently, maybe. All comes down to if she also gets a good opener versus the KFM, which is incredibly hard. Second one actually used by Power Turbo, if I noticed that correctly. And okay, he is focusing mostly on the cat right now, but probably just as a way to keep himself from harm. Hits into the dandelion, does manage to find the triple kick, lots of damage, does manage to find a sweeping kick, leg sweep on both of them. Jelly use the second win. That's gonna be the second win from Power Turbo as well. If he gets grabbed by the cat, could be a spell disaster. 30% health. He's kind of sitting in the blue petal storm, not what you want to have. That's gonna be the flying slime. Did hit into the dandelion. Maybe you wanna open some distance. Okay, the entangle and the PvE damage is so strong, but by Jelly, she actually equalized this match. It's a 1-1. Wow. Okay, it seemed like Power Store was so in control in the first match, and now, now it's both players instantly went for it, but they remembered the rule. You shouldn't be moving in the first 5 seconds of the match. It's gonna be the vacuum Z from him, from Power Turbo. The cat did connect, however, he did manage to put the searing palm onto Jaylee, knowing full well she's gonna get knocked down in any moment right now. Or stun, depending on which skill he uses on her. Does manage to find some damage with this air combo, however. It's incredibly dangerous to even come close to a summoner with this type of build. The bees and the damage is so powerful. You can feel that Power Turbo needs still to be careful. Forced to use his second win. Jaylee is still alive, 40% health. True Friend is being used. Power Turbo with the max agility should be fine here. Is looking to actually find an opening here to actually just CC Jaylee. Does manage to find the smite. Cat pounce with the launch. It's enough probably to kill him. Will he actually survive? No, he won't. Jaylee with a very nice comeback. It seemed like in the first round, Power Turbo was very much in control. However, in the second match, in the second and third round, Jaylee was completely adapting into his playstyle and knowing what's gonna happen. So now we're just gonna wait for the third match, and we're in at the last match. You can feel that Power Turbo feels the pressure. If he loses this match, he doesn't win. It's just that. Jaylee needs to win this match to actually get first place. 93% health, already used his second win. That's gonna be the cat hammer. Did not manage to daze Power Turbo. He needs to actually be careful here a little bit, since he already used his second win pretty early on into the match, trying to find a flying slam. Iframe by Jaylee. Uses the Doom and Bloom onto Power Turbo. He's taking some damage, but he still has his max agility. It does not really feel like he's too much in trouble. It's gonna be the leg sweep. Decent knockdown. No, the tech chase is not quite there for Jaylee. She needs to actually find that. Actually, she's still very healthy. Power Turbo is struggling to find something here. Focusing on the cat a little bit, forcing the second win from Jaylee. He should have his second win available here. Does not actually connect the smite, which could be very bad. Does manage to find the triple kick. Some shin kick, steering palm, and the combo is big. The damage is there. Perfectly times the Ali. And well, Jaylee actually finds the root here. Power Turbo might be in trouble, but he's still healthy. Doom Boom to him is not gonna be given up just yet. He's using that iframe flurry with the vacuum. Will be able to heal himself up with the searing palm. 43% health. Will do a very, very late knockdown, trying to find a smite. Instead, will actually trigger the doom, the dandelion. Will be able to find a follow-up. Second wind was used. He's inside the blue petal storm. It's gonna be taking some serious damage, and actually Jaylee will be going down here. Whoa, this matchup is so close. Whew. Okay, Power Turbo is 1 round in. It's kind of similar to how it went the first one. Jaylee did reverse sweep the last time. Will she be able to reproduce this? Big flying slam will connect. It's gonna be the dragon kick. Will drop her to 70% health. Big smite for the 60% health. Already dropped to 50. Will be forced to use their second win. Power Turbo taking his time, actually not trying to hit into that true friend. It's just a very nice iframe to hold on for. Does not hit into the dandelion. Taking his time, 50% health on, against the summoner. She is not looking too hot, actually. 40% health. It's actually mostly Power Turbo is in control. He does manage to find the CC once. Will iframe the Ali. The cat damage is the cat CC is not really connecting like Jaylee probably wants. We'll find a very sneaky knock-up. Can she actually follow this up? We'll try to find the cat guy, but not quite there. And now it's mostly Power Turbo actually focusing the cat a little bit, just trying to use it as an excuse to get max agility. We'll be using that in mid-force. It will be fine. Will he be able to find an opportunity to actually stun Jaylee and actually finish this match? I don't know yet. Jaylee will use her second win. She is immune for a little bit. It's not gonna be enough for the flying slam. He does not actually land the tremor. That could be terrible for him. But can he finish Jaylee off? Is she 30% health? Does manage to find a stun on both of them, and Power Turbo actually equalized this match. It's 1-1. The winner of this match will actually be going home with the fourth place. Okay. No space in between. We go into this match straight away. This would be the last match of the tournament. So, anyone's watching, your prediction. I know that we have a few here. It's definitely gonna be an interesting match. Both of the players are in the arena. A quick Nettle Star already trying to root Power Turbo, not quite landing what she wanted probably, but iframe not even iframe in the alley, just walking it out, forcing second win from Jaylee. Power Turbo is really in serious mode right now. You can feel that he could still make mistakes like this one where he loses 40% health in a single air combo. Needs to be careful, gotta respect the summoner's damage. Manages to find the CC Searing Palm with a follow-up tech chase, doesn't let the iframe go through. Jaylee could just be losing here. That's a smite. And the pounce actually gets the cat gun. She's still alive, actually. 30% HP, 42% HP with 2 frames. She's gonna be healing quite a bit. Power Turbo finally gets stunned, but no CC available for Jaylee just yet, so just gonna have to play this slow. Does manage to find the entangle. Will force the guard break from Power Turbo here. Jaylee already 65% health. The summoner's healing was always one of their key selling points. He's 10% health. Could be losing this, really. His 10% health is really low. It's just a matter of actually a mistake. He needs to play this carefully. He's 1%. Is he gonna be dying? Yes. Jaylee is gonna be taking the first round of the final match. Power Turbo does not want to lose this round. If he loses this round, the title is Jaylee's. He needs to play this carefully. He needs to be playing this right. And so far, it seems just finishing her off with the damage just seems to be problematic. Does manage to find a very good counter with the Iron Shoulder. 60% health. Jaylee is a little bit lower. Does manage to find a very nice flying stem. However, Jelly has a true friend buff available, doing a lot of damage to the cat. The cat is actually 22% healthy. The cat is almost dead. Does manage to find a knock up onto Jelly. Now it's just a matter of who he should focus. The cat is still alive. Jelly is healing. The cat is almost dead, 40% health. We'll put her in, put the cat in crouching tiger position. We'll be able to find a triple kick onto Jelly. Finally, we'll be able to win. What an intense game! It's legit coming down to this last round. Will Jelly be able to win this? Will Powers Turbo be able to win this? Everything's on the line in this round. No more. That's gonna be the blue petal stone already used. It's gonna be counter. Actually, second win already used for Powers Turbo. That could spell the disaster. She uses this, she gets Syrian palm, but that Hellfire kick from downtown was insane. Big comment forcing the second win from Jaylee. She's 37% health. Does manage to heal with her heal and true friend, 67 health. It's gonna be the smite. Smite does land onto Jaylee. Does manage to find the tremor, doing a lot of damage with those 2 RFs. Not letting her get up here. It does actually hit into the dandelion. It's not great. Does manage to find a counter, 20% health. She does manage to heal. Will find an incredibly good Hellfire kick and a good vacuum. She's 9% health, 7% health. Will she be able to live this? Does manage to find a knockdown. It's one hit away, and it's gonna be Powers Turbo who's gonna win this tournament. Congratulations. The first champion, Powers Turbo.
Big shout out to Powers Turbo. I think KFM was probably the underdog class in this tournament, being only one
not
of
when
them.
it comes to this guy. Huh?
Yeah, this guy knows how to play KFM. Like,
man, it almost felt like he was gonna lose this one a few moments.
yeah, this is a very scary final. It's not what I expected. I think this has really just come down from how often they sparred and how, I guess, the summoner is how used to this sort of matchup that she is, that this became so close.
Man,
Really good effort by
I
both parties and everyone that joined the tournament today.
Yeah, I wanted to thank everyone who watched this tournament today with us. It was you could have said there were tournaments in NCSoft, in Rumble, in the Realm that didn't even come close to the level we saw today. Okay, we saw some amazing play by some of these players, but at the end, Powers Turbo was the one who actually vanquished most of his opponents one way or another. Some of the matches I could say that weren't completely decisive, but this last one, it felt like it was one of the closest one we had in this tournament. It definitely didn't feel one-sided. Both of these players are very adaptive, and that's it. I think.
Yeah, I'll just write this little last bit, and then we'll be done. So first we'll be going to Powers Turbo. Oh, if I can write his name right. Second is Jaylee. And in third place we've got was it Anxio?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anxio.
Actually, this means that first place, second place, and third place are Russians. So congratulations. They represented their country today. Yeah, I think. Wait, I only see first place, second place.
Yeah,
and third place.
Streamlabs. Don't mention it.
Yeah, you actually need to write this. Well, next time we'll have the assets set up maybe a little.
Yeah,
bit
we'll
better.
work something out for next time. But for the for the first, second, and third place winners of the tournament, if you can meet me in Mushin Tower, and I'll give out the rewards.
Yeah, you heard the deal. So I'm just gonna wrap this tournament up for everyone. Thank you everyone for joining us. we'll be holding these type of tournaments. I hope more times in the future.
More often, yeah. We just got to work everything out. So
Yeah, this was from what I felt a very good experience and a very good experiment in terms of how
yeah,
uh, how these things work. And I had a good time actually. Watching
good,
these
good.
these people
Yeah,
play and actually casting this. So that's it from us. I was Hangetsu and Il, the
the
server
host. Yep.
host with
Hello,
me.
hello, and server owner. I guess. I guess that's something else. But
Yeah.
yeah. While the
Well,
tournament will be finishing now, uh, I will just switch the stream over so that you can, well, so that I can show that I'm giving the rewards to everyone.
all right,
Um,
guys.
there,
Uh,
there is one thing I will say: the custom titles haven't been developed yet, but they will be given out whenever possible.
Yeah,
So
I want to give a shout out to everyone who was viewing and all the players that joined us. People who couldn't come or couldn't join for many reasons. I hope next time you will be able to have a chance. Uh, and I will see you guys next time. Sayonara.
goodbye, everyone. Well, you can stick around if you want, but it won't be very interesting.
Yeah, no, I have to go.
Oh, okay.
All
Okay,
right,
see you in a
guys.
bit.
Yeah.
Cheers. Good job. Oh, your points. Yeah, my bad. So, right, where are we? Anxi gets the, where is it? What's it called? Master's dedication. Jaylee also gets this item. Wherever Jaylee is, I don't know. And then with Powers Turbo. Oh, oops. Wait, Will? I did put his name right, yeah. My guys. Wait, did Jaylee not get her outfit? 1 second. I did send Jaylee her outfit. I just. Oh, did it not appear? Okay. I guess that one didn't send, which is annoying. Uh, very weird if she's the. Okay, right, there we go. Uh, oh, wait, let's go over here, because otherwise you get the training dummies. Uh, right. You also need. Let me let me check my own. Oh God, where do I stand to not get other NPC names in? I guess here. If we can get. Okay, so there we go. Let me check my own announcement so I can check. Don't know what I can change. Well, I guess what you can do. I guess what I will do, I will give them some. I genuinely think staffs look so bad though. What I'll do now, because I think it's pretty obvious that I'm giving out rewards. I'll host someone before everyone leaves. Who is there to host? Dude, everyone that's streaming right now is Russian. Thank you guys for sticking around and coming to watch us in this tournament. We plan to do a lot more, so keep an eye out for more tourneys. Some will have cash prizes. I plan to donate 250 euros to our official release tourney. So you won't just be playing for cosmetic rewards in the future. You'll actually be able to make money. And with that, I hope you enjoy DJ Mav's stream. Not that I know this guy.